would must be, or you can say must be vigilant that he or she is not going to invest that particular money in some unlawful or unrestricted businesses. For example, Mudarib is not allowed to invest the money in any like wine business, or in any pork meat business, or any other you can say not non-permissible businesses according to Sharia. If so, the Mudaraba contract would be void, and the profit or loss would not be, you can say, we cannot say that it is a Sharia compliant, and it is the base, it is on the basis of Islamic finance. So while investing, we must be very much careful that either we are going to invest in some halal business, or some haram business. If so, we should avoid the haram business investments. Al-Mudaraba al-Muqayyada, that is restricted Mudaraba. Rabbul Mal may specify a particular business or a particular place for Mudarib, in which case he shall invest the money in that particular business or place. So this is called Al-Mudaraba al-Muqayyada, that is restricted Mudaraba. And Al-Mudaraba al-Mutlaqa, that is unrestricted Mudaraba. Rabbul Mal gives full freedom to Mudarib to undertake whatever business he deems fit. This is called al-mudaraba al-mutlaqa, that is unrestricted mudaraba. However, he is not authorized to keep another mudarib or a partner, right? So, for example, if I am I am a manager, and I'm going to manage some funds of the people, so I am not allowed to collect the money and then give that particular money to some other partner to invest. This is not allowed, because this would be a mudaraba on mudaraba, that is not allowed. First, if I have collected the money, or I have generated the pool and I have money, I myself have to invest that particular investment or money in some businesses or in a business. uh, Mix his own investment in that particular mudaraba without the consent of Rabbul Mal. Yes, you are not allowed to invest your money in that particular business or in that particular pool, because if you would be investing your money in that particular business, that would not be that would not, will not remain mudaraba. Rather, it will become musharika, and we will discuss musharika in detail after mudaraba. So we have to be very much vigilant for these two, you can say, conditions. That first of all, if you are going to collect some money, or you have generated some investment pool, you are not supposed to give that particular money to another mudarib, because you are already mudarib, and you are supposed to invest that particular money in some businesses or in our business, right? And on the other hand, if you see that, okay, business is going very well, so I should include my money as well. So without the consent of Rabbul Mal, that is investor, you are not allowed to invest your money in that particular business. Yes, if you want, if you still want to invest your money in that particular business, you must get the consent, or you must get the approval from the mudarib, or from the Rabbul Mal, that is investor, or the group of investors, or the party who have invested the money in your pool. And on the other hand, authority of Rabbul Mal. What are the authorities of Rabbul Mal? Rabbul Mal has an authority. Rabbul Mal mean the investor. So investors have the authority to oversee the mudarib's activities. For example, you have given some money to me as a investor, and I am taking the responsibilities as a mudarib. So you can oversee my activities. Either I am investing the money in you can say some Sharia compliant businesses first, and on the other hand, secondly, although that would be Sharia compliant, but either it is a viable in future. Let's say, for example, so um, Rabul Mal or investor has authority to oversee or to check or to monitor the activities of Mudarib, and Mudarib should not mind over it. For example, if the investor want to check, okay, let me check the uh, business activities or financial activities of your business of that particular pool. So you must be open to Rabul Mal and or investor. Uh, you cannot prevent Rabul Mal that, okay, you are, if Rabul Mal want to check the activities, business activities, and you just refuse that, okay, I don't want to give the permission to you to check out my financial or business activities. So this is not allowed. You, if Rabul Mal demand that I want to check the activities of Mudarib, the Mudarib is liable to give open access to the Rabul Mal to check the financial or business activities. Number two is work with Mudarib if the Mudarib consent. Secondly, Rabbul Mal, if Rabbul Mal want to work with the, you can say Mudarib, the manager, so he can do work. He can start working with Mudarib, but only with the consent of Mudarib. If Mudarib don't want to include you as an investor and as a working partner, uh, you cannot work with him, because you at start you only have entered in the contract or in that you would be providing investment, and the other party or other person individual would be managing that particular business. So this is a one type of partnership. uh, Different capacities of Mudarib means the manager. First of all, Amin, that is trustee. The money given by Rabbul Mal investor and the asset required there with are held by him as a trust. So the Mudarib have the capacity to present himself as a trustee of the particular investment which is provided by the Rabbul Mal. Then Vakil mean agent in purchasing goods for trade. He is an agent for Rabul Mal. Let's say, for example, there is a, you can say there is a pool or there is an investment from person A, and person B is going to purchase some tradable things like you can say clothing. So uh, the person B who is managing that particular business is the agent of the Rabbul Mal or investor. Then Sharik mean partner. In case the enterprise earns a profit, he is a partner of Rabbul Mal who shares the profit in agreed ratio. For example, there is a contract between two parties or between two groups or even between two individuals that on the basis of Mudaraba. In this case, the profit sharing ratio would be determined at the start of the contract. Again, what we have discussed that the percentage of profit would be agreed. I'm not talking about the percentage of investment. I'm talking about the percentage of profit. So that particular percentage of profit will be variable and will not be ensured at the start of the contract. So this is very much, you can say, important that at the start of the contract, you must agree on the specific or pre-agreed ratios that in case of profit, what would be the profit sharing ratio. For example, it would be 50-50%. For example, if the particular contract make profit, so Mudarib can have 50% and Rabbul Mal can have 50%. That is okay. But on the other hand, if they are mutually agreed and said that, okay, Rabbul Mal will have 70% of the profit and Mudarib will have the 30% of the profit, again, that is okay. Or on the contrary, if they said, okay, Rabul Mal is going to have 20% and the Mudarib is going to have 80%, then that is again okay. So pre-agreed in case of profit. In case of profit, pre-agreed ratios should be mutual. between two parties, between Mudarib and Rabul Mal. So it would be even if some Rabul Mal or investors say, okay, I am going to have only 1% of profit, and 99% profit would be given to the Mudarib. If he or she is agreed, yes, it can be done in this way as well. So profit sharing ratio would be any 1% or 99% or 99% and 1% between Rabbul Mal and Mudarib, or 50-50% or 60-40% or 35-65% or any ratio. So you can agree of upon any ratio in case of profit sharing. So but the loss sharing is different. We will discuss in the next. This is only for profit sharing. Then that is Zamin, that is liable. Mudarib will be liable if the enterprise suffers a loss due to his negligence or misconduct. He is liable to compensate the loss. For example, I as a Mudarib have started some business and you are investing some money in that particular business, and I am due diligently working for the betterment of the business, that is okay. Even then, if the business face any loss, that loss will goes to the investor. But on the other hand, if the loss is because of the negligence of the mudarib or the manager, so that particular loss would be borne by the mudarib, that is manager. But on the other hand, what is the rule in Islamic finance, that in case of profit, you may agree upon any pre-agreed ratio, but in case of loss, the loss will goes to the partners according to their investment ratios. For example, if one party is going to invest 100% and I am going to manage that particular business, so in case of loss, the 100% loss will goes to the party A, because they are investors and 100% investment is coming from party A. In But the loss should be in a natural way, in a systematic way. But if there is any unsystematic loss or any lost just because of the negligence of Mudarib or party B, then the party B, that is managing party, would be borne by that particular loss. So the next one is Ajir, that is employee. If the Mudariba become void due to any reason, the Mudarib is entitled to get a fee for his services. For example, let's say we have started some party A and party B have started some Mudarba agreement, and just because of some reasons, party A is not in a position to hold the investment in the particular pool, and he or she want to get out his investment from that particular pool. So Mudarba would be void. But on the other hand, the Mudarib what the Mudarib will do, because before earning any sort of profit, or uh, before the maturity of the business, and the business is closed just because of the will of Rabul Mal. So how the Mudarib would be compensated? So Mudarib would be considered an employee, and for example, he has spent like 6 months in that particular business. So he would be, or the Mudarib would be given 6 months salary according to the market practices. So these are the capacities of Mudarib. And capital of Mudariba. The capital is Mudariba may be either cash or in kind. Let's say, for example, if you want to start some business and we need some machinery. So one option is that the Rabbul Mal is going to give you the cash to purchase that particular machinery, or Mudarib sorry, Rabbul Mal himself go to the market and purchase that particular machinery and give it to the Mudarib, that is manager. So both are considered as a capital for the Mudariba. If the capital is in kind, its valuation is necessary, without which Mudariba becomes void. So for example, the one we have two options, that in first option we have discussed that the Rabbul Mal will give the money to the or cash to the Mudarib. It would be okay because it is already cash. So there is no need for, you can say, evaluation for that particular cash. Cash is already cash. It is already evaluated. On the other hand, if the Rabbul Mal is going to provide the machinery, so we have to get a valuation of that particular machinery before starting the Mudarba contract. It is necessary. Otherwise, if you are not going to evaluate that particular asset, then Mudarba would become void. Distribution of profit and loss. So it is necessary for the validity of Mudarba that the parties agree right at the beginning on definition, a proportion of the actual profit to which each one of them is entitled. As we have discussed before, that both of the parties or both of the individuals, like Mudarib and Rabul Mal, they must agree on the ratio of profit, sharing ratio of profit. So that sharing ratio would be any, would be 50-50%, would be 60-40%, would be 40-60%, would be 70-30, or you can you can agree on any ratio, and they can share the profit at any ratio they agree upon. And however, in case the parties have entered into Mudaraba without mentioning the exact proportions of the profit, it will be presumed that they will share the profit in equal ratios. For example, just because of the negligence, Mudarib and Rabul Mal did not agree upon any ratio for profit sharing. So at the end of the maturity of the business, it just come to know that, okay, we don't have discussed any pre-agreed ratio of for profit sharing. So the profit sharing would be at 50-50%. Then some incentives may be given to the Mudarib. Yes, if Rabul Mal have invested some money in some business and he earns some extra profit, for example, this is already 50-50%, and there is a profit of $1,000. So $500 would be given to the Mudarib, and $500 would be given to the Rabul Mal. And after that, Rabul Mal feels that, okay, in my previous transactions, I was earning, like, for example, $300 on the same amount or $350 on the same amount, and I am earning more. So if he can give more money to the Mudarib after getting his uh, uh, profit portion. For example, that is, in our case, that was $500. So he or she may give that particular, for example, $50, $60, $100 extra to the Mudarib for uh, for the good performance during the business. But again, this should not be the compulsion from the Mudarib, that, okay, if the profit would be more than that, I will earn this, I will get this much amount. So this is not allowed. At the start of the business, you must agree upon that, okay, I am going to, we are going to share the profit with these ratios. Then distribution of, again, apart from agreed proportion of the profit, the Mudarib cannot claim any periodical salary or a fee or any remuneration for the work done by him or for the Mudariba. So after getting the percentage of profit from the business, the Mudarib, the manager, cannot claim any sort of salary that, okay, I was working for 6 months, and now I need the salary or the fee for my services, or the salary of those 6 months, because I have given the time to your business. So he cannot claim, because he's already enjoying the profit, that is 50%. In our case, that would be different as well. And the Mudarib and Rabul Mal cannot allocate a lump sum amount of profit for any party, nor can they determine the share of any party at the specific rate tied up with the capital. So if we will fix the lump sum amount, okay, the Rabul Mal is going to invest, let's say $100,000, and after 1 year, he would be earning $10,000, let's say. So that would be 10%. So that 10% is basically interest, because you are in case of loss, for example, if the business is making profit of 15,000, so in this case, the Mudarib would be enjoying $5,000 only, and Rabul Mal would be enjoying $10,000. And on the other hand, it may be the condition, it may be the scenario that the business have secured 20,000 profit. So in this case, they will, you can say, they will share 10,000 each. And on the other hand, it would also be the scenario that the profit the business has make the profit of around $30,000. So in this case, again, Rabbul Mal is going to get only $10,000. So that fixation is not allowed, because that fixation is basically on the principal amount. So on principal amount, the fixation is interest, as we have seen yesterday, that the money on money is called interest. But if you have invested some money and you are the part of, you are going to share the profit and loss, then it would be okay. So you must allocate the profit sharing ratio, not the percentage of the profit or percentage of the principal, or any lump sum amount here. In this case, the mudarba would be void, and it will fall under the riba or interest factor. So this is the distribution of profit and loss example. For example, if the capital is $100,000, they cannot agree on the condition that $10,000 out of the profit shall be the share of the mudarib, nor can they say that 20% of the capital or 20% of the principal shall be given to the Rabul Mal. However, they can agree that 40% of the actual profit shall go to the mudarib, and 60% of the profit will go to the Rabul Mal, or vice versa. So the ratio upon profitability is okay, but the percentage on principal amount is not allowed. If you will do, if you will fix the percentage amount on principal, that is clearly straightforward, that would be interest. But on the other hand, if you have agreed, you both have agreed upon some profit sharing ratios, in our case that is 40% to 60%, so that would be okay, because you are sharing the in the profit or loss of the business. So distribution of the profit and loss: if the business has incurred loss in some transactions and has gained profit in some other, the profit shall be used to offset the loss at the first instance. Then the remainder, if any, shall be distributed between the parties according to the agreed ratio. So this is the best example of diversification, that if you can say some of the investment is going to invest in business A, and some of the investment is going to invest in the business B, and some in C, and some in D, let's say, for example. So there are 4 or 5 different businesses. So in one business, the mudarib face a loss, and in 4 businesses, mudarib enjoy the profit. So what will happen at the end of the mudarba contract? It will be accumulated, right? It will be accumulated. For example, $100 for in business 1, $100 for business 2, $100 for business 3, and $100 from business 4. There is a profit, and there is a $100 loss in the business 5. So that would be accumulated. So After accumulation of that profit and loss, we would be having $300, and those $300 would be distributed among both the parties, that is Rabbul Mal and Mudaraba. You cannot say that, okay, business A earn the profit, okay, we should be 50% in this business. In business 2 we have 50%, in business 3 and 4 same thing like that, and in business 5 we face loss, so all the loss will go to the Rabbul Mal. So this is not fair. If you are diversifying your investment, and you, after the end of the Mudarba contract or Mudarba transaction, first you will accumulate all that business transactions, even there are 4 businesses, 5 businesses, 10 businesses, or 20 businesses. So finally we will get the accumulated amount. It would be profit or it would be loss, so that would be basically shared among between both the parties according to the pre-agreed ratio. So when the termination of Mudaraba, so before the termination of Mudaraba, if you have any questions, you can ask me freely. I'm available. If you have any ambiguities and during the explanation, you can ask me. Yes, from dear participants, if you have any questions, you can ask me.
Hello, assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullah.
My name is Babasar from Gambia, West Africa.
Yes, thank you.
Yes, can you please go back to the slide where you have liability? Yeah, that's liable. Slide 9. Can you please explain more on that? You'll be brief once again. The liable, yeah, please.
Amin, trustee. This whole slide or
No, just the liable.
liable, this one?
Yes.
The number 4.
The number 4, yeah.
Okay. So basically liable mean that you are responsible for something. So if the enterprise suffers a loss due to his negligence, his mean the mudarib, the manager, due to the mudarib negligence or misconduct, he is liable to compensate that loss. For example, we have seen that the loss would be would be distributed according to the investment share. So Rabbul Mal is going to invest 100%. You can say, who the 100% capital is belong to the Rabbul Mal. So in case of loss, 100% loss will go to the you can say Rabbul Mal, and the Mudarib will not you can say contribute any in the loss in any mean, but if that particular loss is just because of the negligence of Mudarib or manager. For example, he was instructed that okay, you are going to invest our whole money in the textile business only, and he is going to invest that particular money in pharmaceutical company, and the business have faced some loss. So it is just because of the negligence of Mudarib, the manager, right? So that loss would be covered by the Mudarib, because he was clearly instructed that okay, we want to invest our money in textile business, but you on your own have invested all the money in in pharmaceutical business. So this in this case, the Mudarib would be liable for the whole loss, because that loss is just because of the negligence of Mudarib or manager.
Okay, thank you very much. I understand, but where I want to ask is, since do they have any pre-agreed contractual documentation that will show that if you are liable, for example, let me just give an example. If I'm the mudarib,
Okay.
do the Rabul Mal request from me to have any sort of a insurance cover, so that if I am liable, the insurance will come to pay for any liability that I'm responsible of. In the sense that maybe um, the Mudarib may not have at some point the full amount to compensate the Rabul Mal. How does that work? If he is liable and there is loss, let's say now there is lost and he's liable, how does he gonna pay it?
Basically, as I understand, that you are asking, in case of loss, how Mudarib is liable if the loss is because of the negligence of Mudarib, right?
Yes.
So he will compensate. The Mudarib
Yeah.
will compensate.
How will for example, like let's say you are the Rabul Mal, so you give me your money for investment, and I've accepted the money to invest on a certain product.
Okay.
Then at some point, because of my negligence, let me just put you back to insurance. For example, like what we have, professional indemnity, which
Okay.
cover the negligence of a particular professional in case of, a default in advice, or, things like this. So whereby if I'm found liable, my
Mhm.
professional indemnity cover
Okay.
will come and support me to pay any liability. You understand?
Yes.
Yeah. So I'm talking about that sense. Do the Rabulma request from the Modarib to have any sort of a document that will at least be as an assurance that if there is any loss, the Modarib will be able to pay back?
Yes, in this case, while if you are entering in some Mudaraba contract, the Rabul Mal can demand the indemnity from the Mudarib, that in case of loss because of your negligence, you would be liable, and that loss would be covered through the takaful, or the mudarib will pay that particular loss. The whole the arrangements would be, you can say, would be done by the mudarib. So mudarib is liable to pay back the whole money if the loss is just because of his negligence.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you. Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum salam. So any other questions from the participants, please?
Hi, I think I wanted to stretch that question because I'm not sure if I got exactly what you were asking, but it's related to something I want to ask. So, this person has suffered a loss in the
Brother,
business.
sorry, I'm not getting your voice clearly.
Uh, and now,
Now it's a bit slow, but please ask if I can understand.
so if this person suffers loss and he has no money, what happens? Can that be written off, or he will be compelled to pay?
Yes, all the contracts would be in a written form.
Assalamu
Hello.
alaikum. Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum walaikum salam.
Let me just try to see if I can be in your shoes to help. In the first instance, Baba my name is Momodu Musajo from the Gambia, West Africa,
Okay.
Takaful. But
Okay.
what Baba was concerned about is that the Rabumal, or let's put it in English that we understand. The capital provider has given you capital to work on, and out of your negligence, because you have not followed the rules, you have created a loss.
Okay.
So the principle here that you're explaining to them is that the principle is that you should pay because you are negligent.
Yes.
So how you're going to pay is not what you're concerned, what you're teaching us, because it's up to them where at the time of the contractual relationship to have spelled that out. If it is that the capital provider says you must cover yourself for eventuality that out of your negligence we lose, you have a fallback position. That is something that can be done. But you're telling them with the Sharia point of view that out of your negligence, if you suffer a loss, it's definitely on you to repay. The second brother is asking you whether there is room for writing off. There is room for writing off if you lose, but not out of your deliberate negligence. You can write off, means you can forgive the loan, you can forfeit it, and you will not follow him to make good the loss. But when it is out of his negligence, that is the entrepreneur. He is the capital provider and the entrepreneur. The entrepreneur, out of his own negligence, if he loses, then he has to pay. But if it loses, but on the principles and not out of negligence, then it can be written off. If I'm better understood, that's what I want to contribute.
Yes, exactly. As I have explained before, that in case of loss, in case of a systematic loss, in case of unavoidable loss, whole the loss will go to the Rabbul Mal, that is investor, right? But if the loss is just because of the negligence of the entrepreneur or the Mudarib, so the loss would be borne by the Mudarib, the manager. Yes, any other questions from the participants?
This is Zora Baraka from Nairobi, Kenya.
Yes, please.
Assalamu alaikum, everybody.
Walaikum assalam warahmatullah.
Now, I am a bit confused in the sense that when it now comes to the banking, does it mean, I mean, if I put it, the bank is an investor, how do you, does it mean that when there is some negligence and the investor or the bank is going to lose when they have, let's say they have borrowed the money?
Okay, so this would be,
I didn't understand that.
Yes, these sort of information would be grabbed from the financial statements, annual financial statements of the banks, which are already audited from the external sources.
If I may
So now
comment,
it means that
So this is
bank loses,
so this is
the
a
bank
systematic way
loses.
to get. Yes, bank will if you
I may
are
come
talking
in,
about that.
okay. All right.
If the bank is in case of the bank is investor, or in case if the bank is Mudarib.
Yes.
In case that bank is Mudarib, right?
Yes.
So all the business transactions performed by the bank is mentioned in their financial statements. So you can get particular information from their financial statements. On the other hand, if you have access, you can go to the bank and ask them that I want to, you can say, I want to recheck those particular business transactions where you have made the loss.
Here again, sister from Kenya, the way you look at it, you are missing one party. The bank as a mudarib has been given money by shareholders. So these shareholders expect returns on their investment. So you, the bank, led by the managing director, are given specific products to invest in or to operate on. If you decide to go on your own to go and operate other products which have brought about a loss of the bank, then you as a team, the bank, as Mudarib, are responsible to the shareholders for that loss which is created. So I think what you are missing here is the shareholders as capital providers and the bank as operators. I don't know if that does help.
No. This would be musharka, which we are going to discuss in the next slides. That is musharka, because in this case, the shareholder is going to invest some money, and on the other hand, the bank management is going to invest something, and there is a partnership of shareholders and the management, and then some of them are in a position to run that particular business. So that would be in musharka type. That would not fall under the mudarba, because in mudarba only one party only invest and the second party only manage that particular business. But both the mode of financing could be used for the equity purposes.
It's becoming more interesting. I think when you say one party here, at the inception of the presentation, we said this mudarib could be one party, it could be a group.
Yes.
And in this case, we are taking the mudarib to be the bank, that is the management of the bank.
Yes.
And the shareholders are the providers of capital. They are actually holding the bank to make their investment profitable. Now, our sister from Kenya is concerned, or if I get her question right, is that if they suffer a loss, and the bank suffers a loss, how is the bank held responsible for that loss? I am saying there is a party which is missing in her own question. The party missing was the investor.
Basically, bank will be responsible for that particular loss if the loss is just because of the negligence of bank management.
Yes, that is what exactly. Yes. That is what we are talking about now. We are not going into Musaraka yet, but we're just wanting to create a situation here where the bank as a group is seen as one party that out of which their negligence a loss has arisen. And we are saying the shareholders would hold you responsible because what was in the agreement, you deviated from that and have brought about a loss. This is what I mean.
Exactly. So should we go forward?
Sister Zora, are you okay? Are you clear, or we have successfully confused you more, or you are with us?
I think I'm more confused, but then he mentioned that Dr. Rahman, Mr. Rahman said we are going to learn about, I was looking at the other parts where somebody has been lent to, but you said that is what we're going to look at later. Now on the other side, because I even see on the chat somebody asking how do we hold accountable the person, the borrower?
Sorry, how?
How do we hold the borrower of the money accountable? Or is that what is going to come in the next slide?
Okay. First of all, we should complete it and then we should put the question again. This is recommended from
what I'm saying.
Yes. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Okay, then.
So
Okay.
When you have started the contract of mudariba, there would be a termination clauses or conditions. Those conditions are as follows: that the mudariba can be terminated anytime by either of the two parties by giving notice. So with the mutual consent, you can terminate the mudarba contract, but with the consent of each other. If mudarba was for a particular term, it would be terminated at the end of the term automatically. For example, you have made the mudarba and said that, okay, after this, for example, you are going to trade something, for example, one container of uh, something, for example, one container of pharmaceutical items. So after that particular trading activity, the mudarba would be terminated automatically, because we have contract only for that particular transaction. And then termination of mudarba means that the mudarib cannot purchase new goods for the mudarba. However, he may sell the existing goods that were purchased before termination. Then distribution at termination. If all the assets of the mudarba are in cash form at the time of termination and some profit has been earned on the principal amount, it shall be distributed between the parties according to the agreed ratio, as we have learned before. Uh, and if the assets of mudarba are not in cash form, they will be sold and liquidated so that the actual profit may be determined. So here the liquidation, you can liquidate, or on the other hand, you can get valuation of that particular assets uh, to come at some certain point, that what is the profit during the mudarba agreement, so that it would be distributed among both parties. If there is a profit, it will be distributed between Mudarib and Rabul Mal. If no profit is left, Mudarib will not get anything, right? Then collective Mudaraba. What is collective Mudaraba? Basically, a joint pool created by many investors and handled over to a single Mudarib, who is normally a juristic person. Collective mudarba in our banking system, in our Islamic banking system specifically, the saving accounts are usually based on mudarba. So you can say one group of people, like investor clients deposit their money in the saving accounts, and on the other hand, there is a pool of that particular saving account which pertain to that particular saving account, and that pool is managed by the bank, which is the juristic person basically. So in this case, saving account works, and this is how the saving account works. That at the first hand, there are a number of customers who are going to invest their money into the mudarba pool, and that mudarba pool is basically managed by the bank. And after a month or after a year, whatever the condition is, uh, the bank calculates the profit or loss and then share that particular profit or loss with the client, with the customers. Collective mudarba also create two different relationships: a relationship between investor, uh, which is sharik or partnership, a relationship of the investor with mudarib, which is mudaraba. So there are two types of relationships in first relationship. uh, Investor enters in the partnership contract on relationship of the investor which mudarib, which is mudarba, which we have discussed before. Then when Mudarba is a juristic person, who is the Mudarib? Basically, shareholders could be Mudaribs, management or directors could be Mudarib, or juristic person could be Mudarib. Expenses of Mudariba. Direct expenses are borne by the Mudariba pool, and indirect expenses are borne by the Mudarib itself. Indirect expenses mean, for example, if the person is going to handle the Mudarba account and he is in need to hire some persons like accountants, like uh, uh, investment managers and something like that. So the salaries of all those persons would be borne by the Mudarib. And direct expenses means, for example, if you are in some production and all the expenses which are related to that particular production, that would be borne by the Mudarba pool. Then what is the running Mudarba? Basically, investors come in and go out at different dates. So profit are calculated on daily product basis. Redemption before maturity. If the assets of Mudarba are in illiquid form, an investor may redeem his share by selling it to the pool. Or if the assets are in liquid form, a provisional amount may be given to him subject to the final settlement. So that provisional amount would again be you can say compensated at the end of the Mudarba contract. So this is all about Mudarba till now. If you still have any questions regarding Mudarba, otherwise we should go further for Musharaka.
Hello, assalamu alaikum.
Waalaikum salam.
Walaikum salam rahmatullah. So we also welcome our two new participants, Mr. Muhammad Musa and Mr. Banu Khan, for today's training.
Banu Khan is Miss.
Sorry?
Banu Khan is not Mr.
Okay, Miss Banu Khan.
Thank you very much for the warm welcome from Nairobi. This is Banu Khan, and I'm really delighted to be here. And I'd like to thank my sister Zohra for introducing me to this training platform. Thank you so much, Zohra, and looking forward to the rest of the day.
Thank you very much.
Karibu sana. Welcome. You're welcome.
So now we are going to discuss about Musharaka. In Mudarba, there are two different parties. One party is going to invest and one party is going to manage that particular business. But in Musharaka, the case is different. All the parties basically invest something, and some of them or all of them, you can say, participate to manage that particular business. So we will see one by one. This is very similar to the Mudarba. But there are a few differences, and we have to see those differences during this presentation. So the basic rules and features of Musharaka. Musharaka means relationship established under a contract by a mutual consent of the parties for sharing of profits and losses arising from a joint enterprise or venture. As we have discussed that the profitability would be shared according to the pre-agreed ratio, but the loss would be shared according to the investment ratio in the investment pool. So it would be good if I can explain on some Excel sheet that would be very clear as well. So let me share the Excel sheet first. By the way, this is the universal rule in Islamic finance that in case of loss, this is a universal that whatever the investment ratio in the business, in case of loss, you will bear the loss according to your investment ratio. So we can take example of some business. For example, if you can see, let me share the Excel sheet over here. For example, there is a person A, then person B, then person C, then person D, let's say E, for example, and they are going to start some venture capital. They are going to start some new business, and person A is going to invest like 20% of total investment. And person B is going to invest 15% of total and person C is going to invest, let's say 25%, and person D is going to invest 35%, let's say, for example, and person E is going to invest only 5%. So this would be the 100% total amount which is going to be invested by these 5 persons. So for example, they have agreed that, okay, in case of profit, person A would be sharing, let's say, person A would be sharing total 25% of the profit. Let's say, for example, person B is going to share 20% of the profit, and person C is going to share 10% of the profit, and person D is going to share again 20% of the profit, and person E is going to share 25% of the profit. So this is again the profit sharing. This is the investment. This is the profit sharing. So this would be the case in case of profit sharing. In case of profit, if the business makes any profit, so the person A would be sharing, would be getting 25% of total profit. Person B is going to getting, for example, 20% of profit. Let's say, for example, and that would be distributed. But in case of loss, what would happen? This is what we are talking about, the normal loss. This is systematic loss or unavoidable loss, and that is not just because of the mudarib. So in the loss sharing, this, for example, in the total loss, because person A is holding 20% of total investment of the total investment, so the loss would be borne by person A will be 20%, right? And accordingly, that is 15%, and that is 25%, and then 35%, and then 5%. So in case of loss, see this ratio and this ratio will remain same in case of loss. But in case of profit, you can mutually agreed upon any sort of, you can say, profit sharing. Even if you are, if all the persons are sharing the profit according to these ratios, they can share. Other than that, for example, I am just going to have a second option, that we must have a clear concept that profit sharing ratio could be any, but the loss sharing ratio could not be any. And loss sharing ratio could be according to the investment ratio, as we have discussed, as we have mentioned in the yellow highlighted areas. So profit sharing ratio, this would be the option one. This would be the second option as well, and there would be more options for profit sharings. For example, he's going to share only 15%. He's going to share 25%. He's going to share, let's say, 15%, and he's going to share like 30%, and he's going to share like 15%. So this is again, this is also Sharia compliant. This is also okay. Otherwise, if you want to share the profit according to these ratios, this is also okay, or any sort of ratios. In case of profit, you can mention, or you can mutually agreed upon. But in case of loss, and this is a universal, that in case of a normal loss, the loss will go to the person who is going, who has the part in the investment. For example, person A is going to invest 20%. Person A have invested 20%. So in case of loss, person A will bear the 20% of total loss. And same is the case B, C, D, and E. For example, E is having only 5% in the investment. So in case of loss, that is normal loss, so person E would be will bear 5% of the loss, not 15% or not 25%. But in case of loss, yes, these would be, you can say, vary according to their mutual consents. So this is these are the basic rules. The second one is the investment come from all partners, shareholders hereinafter referred to as a partners. So as I have said that the major difference between the musharaka and mudarba is that in mudarba, one party is going to invest and second party is going to manage. But in musharaka, uh, all the partners will be investing some money in the business, and all the partners or some of them would be managing that particular business. And then profit shall be distributed in the proportion mutually agreed in the contract. Whatever the mention in the contract, all the persons or all the musharaka partners would be distributing the profit according to the pre-agreed ratio, and that pre-agreed ratio could be any. Uh, the existence of muqayyada, that is partner, the existence of the partner, capability of the partner must be sane and mature and be able of entering into a contract. The contract must take place with free consent of the parties without any fraud or misrepresentation. If one or more partners choose to become non-working or silent partners, the ratio of their profit cannot exceed the ratio which their capital invest bears. So the total capital investment in musharaka. So one more thing is very much important. For example, if person A has 20% investment in the investment pool, as we have seen in our example, in our Excel example, and partner A want or person A want to become the silent partner. So he or she cannot enjoy more than 20% of the profit, because his investment ratio is 20% in the pool. So he cannot earn more than 20% of the total profit, because he is a silent partner. But if he's an active partner, the ratio could be any. It can claim, he can claim that, okay, I'm going to invest 20% of the total business, but I will enjoy 35% of the profit. So it would be okay. But if a person A is going to be a sleeping partner, so he cannot claim more than 20%, because he is holding 20% in the total investment of that particular venture capital. Then the basic rules and features of musharaka. Again, it is not allowed to fix a lump sum amount, as we have seen in mudarba, for any of the partners, or any rate of profit tied up with his capital or principal. So the fixation of profit is not allowed at all in musharaka as well. A management fee, however, can be paid to the partner managing the musharaka, provided the agreement for the payment of such fee is independent of musharaka agreement. For example, all the partners like partner A to E are in musharaka agreement, and for example, person B is offering some special services for that particular business. So person B can collect a fee, but that fee would be the separate, you can say, contract with the particular business. In mudarba, we said that, okay, mudarib cannot charge any fee, right? But in musharaka, the person can charge a fee if he or she is offering some special services to the business. But that particular agreement would not be the part of the musharaka agreement. Rather, it would be an independent agreement between between the person B and the business. Uh, Losses are shared by all partners in proportion to the capital, as we have seen in our Excel example, that if person A is, let's say person A is contributing 20% in the investment of the business. So in case of loss, in case of normal loss, person A will not bear less than 20% or will not bear more than 20%. Rather, he exactly will bear 20% of the loss because of his investment, because his investment is 20% of the total business. All assets of musharaka are jointly owned in proportion to the capital of each partner, right? This is very simple, that if person A is holding 20%. So all the assets of the business, in all the assets of the business, person A would be having 20% share in that particular asset. All partners must contribute their capital in terms of money or species at an agreed valuation. Share capital in Musharka can be contributed either in cash or in the form of commodities. For example, if you want to start some commodities business, you can directly come up with the commodities instead of cash as well. So in the later case, the market value of the commodities shall determine and share of the partner in the capital. So for example, if 2 or 3 persons was coming with the commodities and rest of them are coming with the capital, so those who are coming with the commodities would get the valuation of that particular commodities, and then they will mention that okay, we are having that much amount assets in the business, so our contribution in the business would be X%, for example 10% or 20%. So the determination of the capital in the business is compulsory for all the business partners. The presence of the commodity, this means the price and commodity itself. The rate of profit sharing should be determined, as we have discussed. The share of each partner in the profit earned should be identified at the time of contract. We cannot say, okay, we are going to start some business with these percentages, investment ratios, and okay, after the you can say after the Musharka agreement, when Musharka is going to mature, then we will decide that how much percentage should be should go to the person A and go to the person B and C. This is not allowed. If you want to be agreed on the ratios, it should be at the start of the contract, not at the end of or in between the contract. In this case, if we perform the musharaka in this way, that at start of the business, for example, on the 1st July, we have started some business and person A is contributed 20%, person B is contributed something, and person C, D, and E. So, and we do not decide that how much profit percentage would be given to the person A. So, in this case, the Musharka agreement would be void, and that would not be Sharia compliant. The ratio of profit for each partner must be determined in proportion to the actual profit accrued to the business and not in proportion to the capital invested by him. It is not allowed to fix a lump sum amount for any one of the partner or any rate of profit tied up with his investment. So with the investment, we cannot fix the percentage or we cannot fix the lump sum amount. Okay, I'm going to give you the 20% of the total business, but I will get $10,000 per annum. So this is not allowed. So these $10,000 are basically predetermined and is having certain percentage with the principal. So this will become interest, and this is not allowed in Sharia ruling. So this is an example. For example, if A and B enter into a partnership and it is agreed between them that A shall be given $10,000 per month as his share in a profit and the rest will go to the B, the partnership is invalid in case of musharaka, right? Similarly, if it is agreed between them that A will get 15% of the investment or 15% of the principal amount, then this is not allowed again. The contract is not valid. The contract basis for distribution would be an agreed percentage of the actual profit accrued to the business. So the percentage with the profit is allowed, but percentage with the investment or principal is not allowed at all. Because if you will fix the percentage with the investment, it is predetermined. You would be known that how much you are going to get after certain time. So percentage with the investment is not allowed. This will become interest. But if you will do that If you deal according to the profit sharing, so that would be allowed in musharaka as well. So observations, so if a lump sum amount of a certain percentage of the investment has been agreed for any one of the partners, it must be expressly mentioned in the agreement that it will be subject to the final settlement at the end of the term, meaning hereby that any amount so drawn by the partner, any partner, shall be treated as on account payment and will be adjusted to the actual profit he may deserve at the end of the term. For example, person A and person B have started some business, and during the business, person A is in need to have, for example, $10,000. So person A has withdrawn $10,000. Now, at the end of the musharaka agreement, or at the end of the period, the profit would be calculated, and the portions of partner A and partner B would be calculated. For example, person A got $11,000 and person B got 23 sorry $12,000. So that $10,000 which is which have already taken by the person A would be compensated with the 11,000. For example, at the end of the business transaction, at the end of the musharaka contract, person A now is liable to get only 1,000 because 10,000 he already have withdrawn. Or for example, if he secure only $9,000 at the end of the musharaka contract, so he is supposed to pay $1,000 to the business because he has withdrawn 1,000 more than the profit which he is going to secure after the end of the musharaka transaction. But if no profit is actually earned or is less than the anticipated, the amount drawn by the partner shall have to be returned. Observations, however, if a partner has put an express condition in the agreement that he will never work for musharaka and will remain a sleeping partner throughout the term of musharaka, then his share of profit cannot be more than ratio of his investment. For example, person A is contributing 40% in the business as an investment, and person B is going to invest 60% of the total business as his investment. So, and person A want to become a sleeping partner. So person A cannot claim more than 40% of the profit because he is holding 40% in the business share. So in case of sleeping partner, he cannot claim more than 40%. Maximum he can claim 40% of the profit. Then sharing of loss. In case of a loss, all the Muslim jurists are unanimous on the point that each partner shall suffer the loss exactly according to the ratio of investment, as we have discussed before. Therefore, if our partner have invested 40% of the capital, he must suffer 40% of the loss in case of loss, not more than that and not less than that. And any condition to the contrary shall render to the contract invalid. If there would be any condition other than the 40%, the contract would be void. There is a complete consensus of jurists on this principle. So profit is based on the agreement of the parties, but loss is always subject to the ratio of the investment. So loss ratio will remain same throughout the Islamic finance transactions or Islamic finance business. We're talking about the normal loss. Then the termination of musharaka. Musharaka is deemed to be terminated in any one of the following events. As should I stop to if you have any questions regarding musharaka and musharaka, you can say profit and loss sharings. So I should clear. Then we should go forward for the termination of musharaka. Yes, brothers and sisters, if you have any questions, kindly. Okay, then we should go forward. For the termination of Musharaka, Musharaka is due to be terminated in any one of the following events. The first one is every partner has a right to terminate the Musharaka at any time after giving his partner a notice to this effect, whereby the Musharaka will come to an end. In this case, if the assets of Musharaka are in cash form, all of them will be distributed pro rata between the partners. But if the assets are not liquidated, the partners may agree either on the liquidation of the assets or on their distribution of or partition between the partners as they are according to their own will. So Sharia give the free hand if you want to distribute the assets between the musharaka parties. So in case of a dispute, if there is a dispute between the partners in this matter, that is one partner seeks liquidation while the other wants partition of the distribution of the non-liquid assets themselves, the latter shall be preferred because after the termination of musharaka, all the assets are in the joint ownership of the partners and a co-owner has a right to seek partition or separation and no one can compel him on liquidation. However, if the assets are such that they cannot be separated or partitioned, such a machinery, then they shall be sold and the sale proceeds shall be distributed. So this is very much clear that, for example, if we are going to terminate the Musharaka partnership, uh, one partner is claiming that okay I need cash, the second partner is claiming that okay I don't want to liquidate the you can say asset. For example, you have some piece of land and for example 1,000 square feet, let's say, for example, and they are the partners of 50% 50% each. So the separation is possible. For example, 500 square meters would be given to partner A and 500 square meters would be given to person B, and person A can then sell it or can hold it according to his own will. But in case if the assets are not separable, for example some machinery which is not which cannot be partitioned, so in this case the assets would be liquidated or there is another you can say option. There is another state that in this case you can get valuation of that particular asset and person B will pay the person A's amount to his to person A and will hold the complete asset with him. If any one of the partners dies during the musharaka, the contract of musharaka with him stands terminated. His heirs in this case will have the option either to draw the share of the deceased from the business or to continue with the contract of musharaka. So in case of death, we can do, the musharaka could be terminated, but if his heirs want to continue that musharaka business, they can continue. If any one of the partners become insane or otherwise become incapable of effecting commercial transactions, the musharaka stands terminated. For example, some of the partner become insane or he is old enough that he cannot perform the financial transactions, so the musharaka would be terminated automatically. If one of the partner wants termination of the musharaka while the other partner or partners like to continue with the business, this purpose can be achieved by mutual agreement. The partners who want to run the business may purchase the share of the partners who want to terminate his partnership, because the termination of musharaka with one partner does not imply its termination between the other partners. So if one of the partner want to terminate or want to quit his investment from the musharaka agreement, musharaka contract, so the other partners can, you can say, purchase his part. Or on the other hand, if they don't want to purchase, he can sell his part uh, to some new partner with the consent of existing partners. However, in this case, the price of the share of the leaving partner must be determined by mutual consent. And if there is a dispute about the valuation of the share and the partners do not arrive at an agreed price, the leaving partner may compel other partners on the liquidation or on the distribution of the assets themselves. So that was all about musharaka and mudaraba. These are very simple, you can say, concepts. The saving accounts, the saving deposit accounts in banks or microfinance banks work on musharaka base or mudaraba base. In musharaka base, basically the one party, that our customers, will contribute something in the business, and on the other hand, bank itself will contribute some investment in that particular musharaka account and will invest somewhere, and then will share the profit or loss among them. On the other hand, mudarba would also be used to run the saving account in the Islamic banks or Islamic microfinance banks. In this case, the customers are the Rabbul Mal or the investors going to invest their money in the pool, and on the other hand, the bank would be utilizing that particular amount to run the particular business, and at the end of the mudarba contract, they will share the profit with the pool, and then again the pool would share the profits according to the investments of the, you can say, clients. So this is all about the musharaka and mudarba. If you have any questions, I'm available. If you have any ambiguities, any confusion, you can ask me freely.
I have one question. What is the particular role of the microfinance company for the both cases? So, meaning with some case, let's say, if we can pass some scenario, are the funds deposited into the microfinance itself? So, generally, what is the role for the both products?
I have explained one. Thank you very much for the question. I have explained one utilization of the mudarba or musharaka mode of financing, that is the saving accounts. On the other hand, in case of microfinancial institutions, if a microfinancial institution want to finance some business, so he, for example, in case of mudarba, for example, we are utilizing mudarba, and some of the client come to the microfinancial institution and ask microfinancial institution, okay, I want to start some small production unit. And then a microfinancial institution evaluate his profile and agreed to finance that particular person. Then on the basis of mudarba, he would be investing money, and he would be the Rabbul Mal with the client, and client would be the mudarib of that particular business. So client would be managing that particular business, and at the end of the you can say at the end of every month, or at the end of every quarter, or at the end of every year, there would be a calculations of profit and loss, and that profit and loss would be shared among mudarib and Rabbul Mal according to the agreement. So this would be the second option. And
So,
same is the case. Yes, same is the case with musharaka. For example, if some of the customer or client come to the microfinancial institution and ask for financing. So bank will ask, okay, this business is meant to start with the $10,000. Let's say $10,000. Okay. So bank will say, okay, I am, or microfinance institution will say, okay, I am going to invest $8,000, and $2,000 would be, you can say, invested by the client. So there would be the $10,000, and now customer can start their own business, his own business, and then microfinance institution would be the sleeping partner of that particular business, and he will get some, you can say, profit from that particular business. But on the other hand, this is again, if microfinance institution is going to finance something on the basis of mudarba or musharaka, where he is not claiming the fixed amount, rather he is going to be the part of that particular business and going to share profit or loss. So he would be having you can say, he would be having a strong monetary, you can say, framework, either to secure itself, so
Okay.
that he, yes.
Okay, actually, in this case, the microfinance is financing with certain amount, which is agreed previously,
Yes.
and then it's not tracking any kind of profit, nothing up to the moment that actually the term matures, and at that moment the tracking of profit happens based on
Yes.
the ratios that are agreed previously.
Mhm. Basically, first of all, you have to have a very strict monetary system if you want to invest, if you want to do musharka or mudarba with the clients, right? As a microfinancial institutions. So once you have a strong monetary, you can say, mechanism, you easily can calculate your part of profit or loss easily.
Okay, to have, you mean to have at the beginning some kind of scenario, what might the profit be or loss based on the ratios?
Yes, you can.
Actually,
Yes.
but actually the
Yes, you
tracking.
can project. Sorry.
Okay, but actually the tracking, the tracking of the real profit and loss will happen at the end.
Yes, exactly. At the end of the month, or at the end of the, for example, if the person want to start, for example, some small shop. So at the end of every month, they will, you can say, calculate the profit or loss, and they accordingly they will share the profit or loss with the microfinance institution.
So meaning it's not on the end of the maturity, let's say, but it's rather monthly, let's say, basis.
Yes, it depends. For example, if microfinance institution want to get profits on monthly basis, so they will calculate on at the end of every month. If microfinance institution want to get the sharing of profit amount at the end of every quarter, so at the end of every quarter they will calculate, you can say, calculate the profit or loss, and accordingly they will share among them.
Okay, yes,
and
it's
so
clear.
on.
Thank you, Khalil.
Yes, now there is one important point over here, that usually customers come to the financial institutions to get financing and finally to become the owner of that particular business, right? So in this case, in mudarba or in musharaka, they will not become the sole owner of the particular business. So there is a concept of diminishing musharaka. In diminishing musharaka, what happens, that both of the parties invest the money in the venture capital, and and the client gradually purchase the part of the business at every month, and finally, for example, after 3 years, he would become the sole owner of that particular business, and bank has pull out all his investment from the business. So this is the point we should consider it. This is called diminishing musharaka, and diminishing musharaka usually utilized in the house financing, you can say, activities.
And how the increasing of the proportion happens in this case?
Yes, in this case, it can happen. For example, there is a musharaka. For example, client have 20% in musharaka agreement, musharaka business, and the bank has 80%. So every month, the client is supposed to purchase 5% of that particular business. Mean to say that he will share the profit and loss with the bank, and he will purchase 5% of the business. So after 16 months, the client would be the sole owner of that particular business.
Okay.
So yes, so this could be fulfilled through this way.
Okay, yes, it's clear. Thank you.
Brother Khalil, I have a question. May I come in?
Yes, please.
Okay, mine is general. First of all, thank you so much for this presentation. But I think I have to be very honest. This whole concept is very new to me, and therefore my question may sound a little bit off the cuff, but I'll ask it all the same. So basically, here in Kenya, we have so many banks. We have over 40 banks, and maybe one or two of those are Islamic and Sharia compliant. But from where I sit, my passion is really the financial inclusion of poor women who are more likely than others to be excluded from the mainstream financial services that are available in my country. So the question for me is that how can I explain very simply to a woman what is it in for her, whether she's Muslim or non-Muslim? She needs a loan. She needs some other services like insurance. But when she knocks the doors of the big banks like Absa and Stanbic and all these other banks, she gets very disappointed because the requirements are too much for this poor woman, and she doesn't have and can never meet those requirements, so she doesn't get the services that she's looking for. So then how can we convince her that come to our microfinance? What is it that we are offering which is going to make her life easy? I really need to understand this. How do we make the life of a woman entrepreneur who needs financial services easier than what is happening right now in my country? There is so much frustration, and Zora will agree with me. There is so much frustration when a woman walks to a bank. She is discriminated. She doesn't have collateral. She can't pay the interest rate. She can't do the paperwork. So how are we going to be helpful? What is different about microfinance here,
Yes.
the Islamic
Sister,
microfinance?
yes, basically to having the paperwork, this is compulsory, because other than that, there is no solution for institutions, especially to manage all the records, right? So on the other hand, if you were talking about that, how you can convince them. So you can convince them in this way that if they want, first of all, if she want to start, if the women want to start some businesses or entrepreneurial activities, then Musharaka and Mudarba is okay. Otherwise, if they are not supposed to start any sort of business, so they have to go for the fourth type of the you can say mode of financing, that is on zakat base, on charity base, on donation based, right? So we are talking about the commercial activities, and in commercial activities, if women want to start their own small businesses, so you can convince them, okay, if you will start the business, you have to do for example, first of all, you will evaluate her profile, either she is capable to run that particular business. If so, you can say you can give the money to or financing to that particular woman, and ask her that, okay, we are going to share the profit or loss what you are making at the end of the month, for example. And at the end of every month, after sharing the profit, you would be purchasing a small portion of the part which is pertaining the microfinancial institution. So eventually she would become the sole owner of that particular business after, for example, 1 year or 2 year or 3 years. So by that, you can say encourage them to avail financial services, because it is not on the basis of interest that you have to pay this much amount, but it is on the basis of, you can say, profit and loss sharing. So if they would be earning some profit, so they would be sharing, otherwise they would not be sharing. But before that, you have to evaluate very cleverly and very clearly. Either the women is the women who is going to avail financial services from the microfinancial institution is in a position to run the business successfully, because this is an operational issue. This is not a Sharia issue. This is an operational issue. Either he or she is capable to do that particular work or particular business. If so, you can give the financing to that particular woman and ask her that you are supposed to share the profit with us, not the interest with them. So, for example, if the amount of the profit would be less, so you are supposed to share less amount with the financial institution. So, accordingly, on the other hand, financial institution has to see either by the profit which she would be earning after some time would be feasible for us. If that would be feasible for them, okay, they can finance that particular woman. Otherwise, ultimately they would not be in a position to finance the women. So these are the operational issues. These are not, you can say, Sharia issues. So sharing the profit, basically there is a difference that there is a sharing of profit. And on the other hand, if you go to the conventional microfinance, you have to pay the fixed percentage of something. Either you are, the women is making loss, either women is making a small profit, either women is making huge profits. He has to pay a fixed or lump sum amount to the financial institution.
Yeah, thank you, Khalil, but I'm still not convinced. Other than this, what else would be attracting the woman? What else would bring her to this microfinance and not to a
Yes,
ordinary
sister.
microfinance?
Yes, this is sister. This is again, you have to see locally that what sort of you can say opportunities you can attract. You can by those opportunities you can attract women, because it really varies from region to region or even areas to areas. In our Pakistan, I have given the example yesterday that there is a microfinancial institution, and who have started a new innovative product that is in some of the areas in Pakistan, very small areas, and there is no electricity, so they utilize candle lights. So they are spending a lot more money on candle lights. Let's say, for example, I'm just giving you the example. There are so many other examples over there, but this is a very simple example. They were spending a lot of money on candles. On the other hand, our microfinancial institution realized that okay, they are spending, for example, 300 Pakistani rupees per month on candle lights. But on the other hand, there is a solar chargeable light which costs around 2500, let's say, and have the life of 2 years. So what they did, they just uh, were in agreement with the solar panel production producers and finance those solar lights to the clients who were using the candle lights. So yearly they were spending 3600 Pak rupees on candle lights. On the other hand, for 1 year, and that's it. But on the other hand, if they would be paying the same amount but will get the chargeable solar chargeable light which have the life of 2 years, so he would be paying for 1 year the same amount which they were spending on the candle lights, right, for 1 year, and next 1 year would be free of cost for them. So they would, this is a win-win situation that microfinancial institution is earning something. He's purchasing chargeable lights on the price of 2500 and selling it on 3600. They are earning the profit. On the other hand, and the consumer is saving 3600 for the next preceding year. So this is a win-win situation, and that product is basically addressing the local need of that particular, you can say, particular need. So you have to see that where is the gap and where you can introduce an innovative product to compensate those women who are seeking financing from the financial institutions. but those products should be based on Islamic mode of financing, that is murabaha, mudarba, musharaka, ijara, and so on. So you have to you can say you have to uh, analyze that what sort of products could be helpful for them. In this way, there is another example in our Pakistani area, that there is an area where there is a you can say there is a forest, for example, right? So what did microfinance institution, what they did, they just purchase one cow and give it to the poor family and ask them, okay, sell the milk of that particular cow, and for example, they are selling that particular milk with the price of let's say 300 pak rupees. Okay, there are 300 pak rupees, then there would be a daily expense of 50 pak rupees, then 250 you can say pak rupees are saved, and 200 or 150 pak rupees would be given to the microfinance institution, and rest of them would be given would be utilized by that poor family. And after certain time, the ownership of the cow would be the ownership of the cow would be shifted from microfinancial institution to that particular poor family. So how this is how they are utilizing different innovative products in our areas, as far as my knowledge is concerned. So you have to see in your area that what sort of opportunities are there and how you can connect those opportunities with the Islamic microfinance mode of financing, and then the poor women can utilize those particular products to earn something, to feed their family or to uplift their living standards and so on. So you have to see the local demand or local opportunities where you can serve with the help of Islamic microfinance.
Oh,
Assalamu
thank you
alaikum.
so much. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum, Mr. Rahman.
Walaikum salam rahmatullah.
I just want to contribute in this your deliberation.
Yes, please.
I don't know if it's going to be in line with what our friend, the lady, asked.
Yes.
I can give a practical example. Though I didn't at the time have the finance to dispose an amount to a particular person, but actually he came to me for an advice that he wants to do something, and he has been sitting for quite some time. He didn't have money to do business or whatever, but he came to my office and seek for an advice. What I advised him was that just look at any viable business that you know that you can do and have profit. And then you find someone to help you out to invest in that business. Once the business generates profit and then you are able to pay back the money, then there you go. You pay back the money to the person who invests that money to you, and the first profit that you have, then you share with him, and otherwise now he will advise you whether to take the business or to take the profit, or or whatever. But in this sense, what I'm saying is for the lady to advise the woman to look at what viable business she thinks that she can able to do, so that whatever money being given to her can be invested very wisely, so that it can generate profit at any time that money is given to her. I don't know if this my practical example that I've experienced is in line with the questions he asked or not.
Thank you very much for your contribution. So by that, basically, we have to analyze locally that what sort of opportunities are there, are available in the local market, and how we can cultivate those opportunities by linking them to the Islamic microfinance. So thank you very much again for Babas. And any one of you have any question, I'm available. Kindly ask. Otherwise, we are going to entertain the break for 40 minutes.
To at the chat box, you are requested to download those books from the chat box. Those books are basically related to Islamic microfinance.
Assalamu alaikum, Zubair.
Walaikum assalam.
This is Baba, West Africa
Right.
Tekafu.
Walaikum assalam. How are you, brother?
Very well, thank you. How about yourself?
Alhamdulillah, I'm fine. Thank you.
Alhamdulillah, alhamdulillah. Where do you said you get the books? Where can we download it?
Yes, from the chat box.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, you send the link, huh?
Yes, I'm sending the.
Or you send it the link. You're not yet sending. Okay, okay, thank you. I'm waiting to get the link. Yeah, thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. Yes. Did you saw those books at the chat box? Are you enabled to download those books?
Yeah, Zubair, I've seen your the book, so I'm downloading now.
Okay, thank you very much. So I sent you the 3 books and couple of other books are on the way.
Okay, thank you.
So I hope these books will be a very good library for you for the further reference of Islamic microfinance and etc. And let me share some presentations with you as well. I shared the grocery of Islamic banking and Islamic microfinance. I shared the presentation which I shared with you yesterday. I shared a presentation with you with Falta Micro Takafur, which we will discuss today evening. I also shared grocery for Takaful terms, which we will utilize in Takaful today. I also shared one presentation related to the Takaful, because when today we will discuss about micro Takaful, before micro Takaful, I will give you a detailed introduction of Takaful as well. And if you need any other literature, actually I have a big library for Islamic banking or Islamic microfinance. I have more than 300 books in PDF format on the different topic of Islamic finance and Islamic microfinance. If you need any further literature book, you ask me, I will try my level best to share with you. Sorry, there was some internet issue at my end. So here is the presentation which we will discuss now about Murabaha and Bay. So without any delay, let's move to the presentation. If you have any question related to the yesterday presentation, you can ask. Otherwise, let's move towards our today topic, Murabaha. Yes, please. Do you have any question? Okay. So yesterday we discussed this product tree that as a mode of financing, we can categorize Islamic microfinance products into three major categories. The number one, the partnership-based mode, in which there is a musharka and mudarba, and then yes, I had received a message from Zora Baraka. I cannot see what was downloaded. Uh, will you try to download this book in your laptop instead of your mobile? And the presentation will be open in PPT format, in the presentation format, and the books will be open in PDF format, in the PDF browser. Okay, if you have any issue, then we will email those books to you as well. Thank you.
Please email.
Okay, okay. I will ask to my colleague, Ms. Shukufta, she will email to you as well, inshallah.
Thank you.
All the
Thank you.
participants. In partnership-based modes, we have musharka and mudarba. And in trade-based mode, we have murabia, muswamia, salam, and istasna. And in rental-based mode, we have ijara and diminishing musharka. You already discussed musharka and mudarba. What is the musharka? Musharka is the joint venture profit sharing, and mudarba, trustee profit sharing. And yesterday, I shared with you that we have to utilize musharka and mudarba as a deposit mobilization in Islamic microfinance banks. But as a mode of financing, the share of musharka and mudarba is very low. That is about only 2 to 3% of total Islamic microfinance financing portfolio. But the trade-based mode, those mode only utilized as an asset-based product, and even the rental-based products is only utilized at the asset side. But mudarba and musharka is the only product which is being utilized at the port side, at the liability side for the deposit mobilization, and in the asset side as well for microfinancing. But the trade-based mode and the rental-based mode is only utilized at the asset side as a mode of financing. But Murabia have on about 80% total portfolio, financing portfolio in Islamic microfinance industry. So today we will focus to the Murabaha, but there is a one uniqueness that whatever are the rules of Murabia, that is the similar rule which we apply to the Muswamia, Salam, Istasna, and many other trade-based modes. So first we have to understand that what Islam says about trading, what Islam says for buying and selling, because those are the similar rules which we have to apply other trade-based products as well, like Muswamia, Salam, Istasna, Tawaruk, Aina. There are many products. By the way, in trade-based mode, we have more than 200 products, but these are the few products which we are being utilized in Islamic microfinance industry. And similarly, in partnership-based product, in Islam, we have many products like Muzara. Muzara is the crop sharing product. Mugharsa, that is the orchard financing in Islam. Then there is Musaka, that is irrigation So there are many products, but only Musharaka and Mutarba are being utilized in Islamic banking industry. So in trade-based product, we have to understand first that what Islam says about trade, and those are the similar rules which are being utilized in Islamic banking and finance industry. So let's come on the trade-based product, and there are basic rules for trade-based product. I mentioned the name of buy, BAI. Buy mean buying and selling. Buy is Arabic word which means buying and selling or trading. So these are the basic rules of trading in Islam, which will be applied in Murabaha, Salam, Istasna, Muswami, or any trade-based mode. So first we have to understand that what are the basic rules of trading in Islam. Then we will go towards Murabia, because in Murabia we have to comply all these rules. So what are the basic rules of trading? Number one, Islam says that whenever you have to do any trading, that product should be in existence. The product which is not in existence, you cannot do any trading of that product. Islam says that whenever you have a trading, that product should be in existence. Number two, that you should have a ownership of that product as well. For example, I took a car from rent-a-car company, and I asked to Babas that I want to sell this car to you. Islam says no. I cannot sell that product until unless I will be owner of that car. That car is the owner of the rent-a-car company. I am only utilizer of that asset. I am the lessee. I am the Rasul basically. So Islam says that that product should be in the ownership of the owner as well whenever they have to sell any product or commodity. Number one, existence. Islam do not allow me that if anything is not came into the existence, I have to sell that product. Islam says no. Until and unless that product will be in existence, you cannot sell that product. For example, if my cow supposed to have a birth of a calf, and I ask you that my cow is going to have a birth, I want to sell that children of the cow to you. Islam says no, I cannot sell because that cow didn't give the birth till now. Until unless that things come into the existence, I cannot sell out to you. So number one, existence. Number two, ownership. Number three, Islam says that product should be in your possession as well. Until unless you will not have a possession of that product, you cannot sell that product to any person. The possession. So what is the possession, by the way? For example, I have one car that is in existence. This is in my ownership as well. But my car has been stolen. And somebody come to me, I said the price of the car was $10,000, but my car is stolen. You are working in a police department. I'm going to sell you my car in $2,000 and go and find my car. Islam says no. You cannot sell that car because that car is not in my possession. And might be if my car, I have a one horse, but my horse is in the forest, and somebody came to my house that, do you want to sell your horse? Islam says no, I cannot sell that horse until that horse come back to my house. If that horse will be in my possession, then I will be able to sell that horse. If I will sell that horse and my horse in forest, you go to the forest and find the horse, might be you will go to the forest and do not find the horse. Islam says, no, that is not justice. That until and unless that product will be in your possession, you will not sell out your product. So number first, the existence. Then whenever you do murabia, you will do murabia on those products which are in the existence. Number two, that product should be in the ownership of the microfinance institution as well. Number three, that product should be in the possession of the microfinance institution as well. Number four, you have to sell your product on unconditional basis. You cannot put any condition whenever you sell your product. So this is another condition for buying and selling in Islam, that product should be sell out on unconditional basis. For example, I'm the microfinance institution and one of the client came to me that I need this laptop. I said, okay, I'm going to sell my laptop to you, but whoever will purchase my laptop, he will purchase my watch as well. Islam says, no, no. You cannot put the condition. You not put the condition. Islam says the selling of laptop is a separate thing and selling of the clock is the watch is the separate thing. I cannot put any condition. Islam says your sale should be independent without any condition. Yes, Islam says that you can put the condition, but on those products which are necessary to each other. For example, any client came to me and said, I want to purchase this laptop. I said, okay, you can purchase this laptop, but whoever will purchase my laptop, he will purchase the charger of this laptop as well. This charger will be purchased by him as well. Islam says, yes, I can put the condition because this charger and the laptop, they are integrated to each other. These things are necessary to each other. I can put the condition. But the things which are not integrated with each other, I cannot put the condition. So your sale should be on unconditional basis. Might be I have a very good land in the main city of Addis Ababa, for example, and a bank want to open the branch in that building or in that land. I will ask, okay, who will purchase this land? They will give me employment in the bank as well. Islam says, no, you cannot put the condition for selling of your land. The selling of land should be independent and my employment should be independent. So this is the fourth basic rule of murabia or buying and selling in Islam, that your sale should be on independent basis. Number fifth, that your product should have some value and price. That whatever you are going to sell, that product should have some price. The thing who do not have any price, you cannot sell that product to them. So it is necessary that product should have some price as well. Everything have a price, because if anything do not have a price, how can you add the profit? How you will determine the profit on that product? So product should have some price. This is necessary for trading in Islam, that whatever you want to sell through murabaha or through trading, that product should have some price. Everything have a price. Let me give you example. This marker have a price, this duster have a price, this glass have a price. Might be something have a negative price. In Dubai, in the morning, a criminal came to my house and he cleans my house and he bring all my garbage on daily basis, and I give them 10 dirham on per day. It's mean he taking my garbage and I am giving 10 dirham to him as well. It's mean my garbage also have a price, but negative price. I giving him 10 dirham and he taking my garbage as well. It's mean my garbage also have a price, which is a negative price. So in this world, everything have a price, but the thing which do not have any price, we cannot do murabia for that product. So this is the fifth condition. The sixth, that product which you are going to sell according to Islamic rule of trading, which are you going to sell through murabaha or through salam or istasna, that product, even through ijara, mudarba, musharga, whatever type of financing you have, that product should be permissible in Islam as well. If the product which is not permissible in Islam, you cannot apply the murabia rule or trading, Islamic trading rule on those products. As I gave you example that, for example, I have a glass, and unfortunately in this glass, unfortunately, I'm just giving you example, there is a wine in this glass. And in this glass, I ask him, any person, this is in the existence, this is in my ownership as well, this is in my possession as well, I am going to sell on unconditional basis, they have some price as well, let's have a murabia. Islam says no, no. Why? Because this product is not permissible in Islam. Alcohol or wine is not permissible in Islam. So I cannot apply murabia rule on those products which is not permissible in Islam. For example, if I want to sell pork on the basis of murabia, Islam do not allow me, because pork is not permissible in Islam, that is haram for Muslim. So we have to apply murabia rule on such product which are permissible in Islam. So what I discussed, number one, existence, ownership, possession, unconditional basis, product should have some price, and that product should be permissible in Islam as well. Number 7, that whenever you sell out any product, product must be identified clear with all demanding qualities. That your product, whatever you are going to sell, you have to identify that product properly. For example, if there is a 50-story building and I'm standing in my office and I'm asking you that I'm going to sell that apartment to you, either my finger is identify a proper product? No, this is a 50-story building. How can I identify by my finger? Islam says if you want to sell, you go to that apartment, that my apartment is on 25th number floor. This is the size of that apartment, and I'm going to sell that apartment to you. So you have to identify your product very well whenever you want to buy or sell any product according to Islamic rules. For example, you are the microfinance bank or microfinance institution. One client came to you and he said, I want to purchase a car from your bank. Can you sell out that product? No. Why? Because this product is not properly identified. There are different types of cars. Honda Toyota, Volkswagen, BMW, Mercedes. So it's mean in this case asking you a car. Who knows which car? Okay, if a client came to you that I want to have a financing through Murabia, I want a car on Toyota car from your bank. Again, no, this product is not properly identified. In Toyota, there are different model, Prado, Yaris, many OD, and many other cars in the Toyota. How can you identify? Okay, if a client came to you, I need a Toyota car Yaris from your bank. Even you cannot give because Yaris have a model from 2015, 2016, 2018, 2009, 19, 20. It's me not properly identified. So if client come to you that I need Toyota Yaris manufactured 2020 with this engine capacity, with sunroof or without sunroof, with this color, so this is the properly identified. So Islam says that you have to do murabia on those products which is properly identified. If a things which is not properly identified, you cannot do murabia of those products. So this is the seventh condition for murabia or trading in Islam, that whatever you have to buy and purchase through murabaha, that product should be properly identified. Number 8, not based on any incident and struggle, that your sale should be absolute. That is not associated with any other event. And last but not least, price must be clearly identified, that whatever is the price of that product, that price should be clearly identified. Whenever it's come into the contract, that your contract, the one should be a one price. Yes, for example, a client came to you and he asked that I want to finance a car. Yes, you can ask him that if you return back money in 12 months, my financing rate will be 10%. If you return back in 2 years, my financing rate would be the 15%. If you will return on 3 years, my financing rate might be at 20%. Yes, you can offer to them, but when any price come into the contract, it should be a single price. And that price cannot be changed after the signing of the contract. Because in Islam, whatever we are discussing over here, murabaha, ijara, mudarba, musharka, whatever product these are the contracts. And Islam always says that your contract should be absolute. If we will miss anything from the basic rules of the bay, it's mean your contract is have an ambiguity. Your contract have uncertainty, uncertain, which is not permissible in Islam, and that is called gharar. Islam says in your contract, each and everything should be absolute. So you have to determine one price. You cannot say in the signing of contract that if you will give in 1 year, then profit rate will be this one, 2 years profit rates are very, in 3 years profit rates are very. No. There should be a one price. So, and by the way, when we talk about all Islamic microfinance product, as I mentioned, even the takaful product, they are the contracts. And Islam says your contract should be absolute without any ambiguity. By the way, in the contract, what is the major thing? In the contract, the major thing is offer and acceptance. You offer something to your client and client have to accept it, then your contract is concluded. Then that is the valid. For example, you offer anything and client didn't sign, it means client is not accepting that terms, then contract is not concluded. Contract is not a unilateral, contract is the bilateral, that bank and the client both are agreed. Therefore, in Murabiat, Salam, Istasna, Mudarba, Musharka, you offer something to your client and client have to acceptance. If client have the acceptance, then contract is legitimate. The offer and acceptance is necessary for any contract. Without offer and acceptance, none of the contract is valid. And by the way, in Islam, we have very strict rulings for the contracts. For example, as I give you example, that Islam categorized the contract into two categories. The one is called contract of sale. Let me explain you. One type of contract in Islam, contract of sales, and the second type of contract is the contract of non-sales. So all the Islamic banking contract, all the business contracts, they are contract of sale. All leasing contract, business contract, leasing, microfinance, banking, etc. These are the contract of sale. And what are the contract of non-sale? Nikah. Nikah is the marriage contract between between men and women. Nikah. Tabaro. Tabaro means donation. This is also contract. You give some money to a poor person, or in the mosque they give you the receipt. It means this is the contract between you and the mosque. But this is a contract of non-sale. So Islam says that whenever you have any ambiguity in the contract of sale, whenever you have any ambiguity in the contract of sale, that is called gharar, which is not permissible in Islam. We will discuss gharar when we will discuss today about the kaful. We will again discuss the gharar at that time. So what is, let me explain you that what is the value of contract in Islam. You know nikah. What is the nikah? Nikah is the contract between men and women. That's the marriage contract. And what is the integral part of nikah? Ijabul Kabul, offer and acceptance. A Sharia scholar asked to a man that this woman is accepted to you. He asked, yes, yes, yes. Then that Sharia scholar asked to the woman that this man is accepted to you. She replied, yes, yes, yes. And then this contract is concluded. For example, if a man and woman have a sexual relation before this nikah contract, that is called zina, which is not permissible in Islam. But after 5 minutes, if they have a contract, just after 5 minutes, they have a marriage contract nikah, and they have a similar act, a similar sexual relation, but that is halal. Just after 5 minutes, that is halal, the similar act. So it means what is between the haram and halal? The contract. Before contract, that is haram. After contract, that is halal. So in Islam, Islam says that your contract should be absolute. So all these basic rules of trading is making the contract legitimate. That whenever you sell your product, that product should be in existence, ownership, possession, unconditional basis, must have some price, permissible in Islam, properly identified, not based on any incident, and there should be one price. These are the 9 rules which you have to follow whenever you do murabaha. If you miss anything, then that contract will not legitimate. Then there will be error in that contract. And as I told you, what is the integral part of any contract? Any Islamic microfinance contract that offer an acceptance between the microfinance bank and the client. So anyhow, these are the basic rules are there which we have to follow whenever we have any murabaha contract. So in previous slide, we discussed that what are the basic rules of trading in Islam, and let's have a brief overview that what type of tradings we have in Islam. By the way, in Islam, we have more than 200 types of trading. Islam gives a new name of every type of the trading. If you give payment in advance, then they have another name. If you are giving payment in installment, they have another name. If you are giving the payment on lump sum, then that trading have another name and etc. But murabaha is the foremost trading mode in Islamic banking and finance. More than 80% of financing in Islamic microfinance is based in murabaha, and more than 60% financing of the Islamic banks are based on murabaha. So we can say that more than 60-70% of Islamic finance industry based on only murabaha product. So here I mentioned different types of trading products of Islam so that you can understand that what is murabaha among them. What is murabaha? Murabaha is a sale. Murabaha is a sale where you have to sell any product on profit margin, and you have to disclose the price of that product as well. Let me give you example. Here is the one bottle of mineral water, for example. I'm going to that product to Sister Zora, and I'm asking that I purchased this bottle in $1, and I'm going to sell this bottle to you on $1.1. This is murabaha. What is murabaha? That you have to sell any asset to your client, and you have to disclose the profit margin of that sale as well. I'm the shopkeeper, and here is my shop, for example. And Sister Zora came. She said, I need a bottle of mineral water. I said, okay, here is the bottle of mineral water. I purchased that bottle from the wholesale on $1, and I'm going to sell you on $1.1. She gave me $1.1. I took her the bottle. This is murabaha. So in Islamic microfinance, whenever your client will come, that I want to need a welding machine. Okay, we have to sell you the welding machine. The price of the welding machine is $500, and the transportation cost from factory to the bank is $20. The price of that welding machine to the bank is $520, and we are going to sell that product you on 20% profit margin. This is murabaha. But before selling, you have to fulfill the 6 rules of murabaha. I have to repeat again. That product, the welding machine, should be in the existence, in the ownership of the microfinance bank, in the possession of microfinance bank. Microfinance bank have to sell that welding machine on unconditional basis. That welding machine also have some price. That welding machine is also permissible in Islam. That welding machine also properly identified, and this is not based on any incident or struggle. And last, there would be a one price in the contract. So this is basically 9 rules which you have to fulfill while doing the murabaha. So, but when you sell that welding machine to your client, you will ask him that I purchased that welding machine on $500, 20% was the transportation cost. So that welding machine to the bank is $520, and I'm going to sell you on 20% profit. So that is the murabaha transaction. So what is the murabaha? That you have to sell any product by disclosing the price and the profit margin. Even if you disclose the price, then the profit margin can be determined automatically. If you do not disclose the price, but you disclose the profit margin, then you can determine the profit. Let me give you an example. I'm the shopkeeper. Sister Zora came to my shop and she asked me that what is the price of this bottle? I said $1.1. She gave me a $1.1. Is this murabaha? Can you, anybody response? Is that murabaha? She came to my shop. What is the price of mineral water bottle? I said $1.1. She gave me a $1.1 and took the bottle. This is murabaha? Please reply whatever in your mind. I'm just giving you this example to make you clear that what is exactly murabaha. Even I purchased that bottle on $1, but she came to my shop and asked me that what is the price of the bottle? I replied $1.1. She gave me $1.1. So is murabaha? Banu Khanu mentioned yes. Okay, any other person? Tawfiq Ali, no. Okay, any other response? Please, whatever in your mind. Because for Islamic microfinance, you are 90 to 80% Islamic microfinance would only with the murabaha product. I want to make you clear for murabaha. Nasibullah Usman mentioned no. Okay, last one, please. Any other person in the chat box? Mambo, no. Abdul Jabir, no. Mambo, yes. Ili, yes. No, this is not murabaha. This is not murabaha. Why? Because I didn't disclose my profit margin to Zora. She just came, said, what is the price of the bottle? I said $1.1. She gave me a $1.1 and she took the bottle. So murabaha, that is necessarily that I have to disclose my profit margin. If I will not disclose my profit margin, then this is called muswamaha. This is called muswamaha, which is in the first point, muswamaha, where you will not disclose your loss or profit or whatever is your break-even point. So the profit margin should be disclosed. If you will not disclose the profit margin, this is called murabaha or muswamaha. Okay, let me give you another example. Another example, I am the shopkeeper. I purchased this bottle on $1 and Eli came to my shop. She asked her, what is the price of this bottle? I asked her, yes, you are my old client. The price of this bottle to me, being the shopkeeper, is $1. But you are my loyal and old client. I have to sell this bottle to you on $1. She gave me a $1 and I give her the bottle. Either this is Murabia or Muswamia. Let me repeat that I purchased this botter for $1 being the shopkeeper. She came to my shop. That what is the price of the botter? I told her that the price of this botter is $1 for me. But you are my friend, you are my old colleague, or the regular customer. I'm going to sell this product to you on $1. She gave me a $1 and took this botter. So this is Murabaha or Muswamia. Please, everybody have to respond. Muhammad Musa Murabaha. Next. Murabaha, Murabaha, Banu Khanu, Murabaha. Next. Next, please. I need more responses. Do not worry, I will not sell this botter to you. Murabaha, Murabaha. Okay. Muswame become non-profit Murabaha. Yes. This is non-Murabia or Muswamia. This is not Murabia. Why? What is Murabaha? I have to add the profit. If I will not add the profit, then it will not be Murabia. I purchase it in $1 and selling out on the $1 as well. It means there's no profit for me. What is Murabia? That you have to add the profit. If you will not add the profit, then it will not be Murabaha. So there are two conditions: disclose the profit and add the profit. And this is not Muswamia. Why? Because I'm disclosing my break even, that I purchased in $1 and I'm selling out to you in $1 as well. I'm disclosing my break even. So this is not Muswamia as well. Basically, this type of transaction is called Beit Tolia. I mentioned that transaction in the next slide. Beit Tolia. Beit Tolia means to sell out any product on the break even and disclose your break even as well. So that is called Beit Tolia. Then there is the question that why Islamic bank do not do Beit Tolia? Why they do Murabia? Because Islamic microfinance bank or Islamic banks are the commercial entities. They have to do such type of financial transactions, which is according to their profitability point of view. They have to sell out any asset by selling off the product with the profit margin. If they have to sell out on the break-even basis, then how Islamic microfinance or Islamic bank can bear their operating costs, and how can they generate for the profitability? If they will not generate any profitability, then how can they fulfill their operating cost, and how can they will give the profit to their deposit holders? Because they will share the profit from the asset side to the liability side to their deposit holders. So now you will understand that Murabaha is a sale where Islamic microfinance institution have to sell out any asset to your client on profit margin, and profit have to disclose. I give you another example. I'm giving you the example to just memorize you that what is the Murabia, because all the Islamic microfinance will be based on Murabia. And sometimes when people do not understand the Murabia, then they have a lot of mistakes. And when they make the mistakes in the operational process follows, then that Murabia either become fasid, either become batil, either become muqayyada, majur, and many other Islamic types. And being the Sharia auditor, when we find those mistakes, then we say that all those amount, principal amount and profit amount should go to the charity. It cannot be recovered in Islamic banking industry. Even the central banks have put some heavy fine if they have any issues in Sharia complianceness in the Murabia product. So you have to understand Murabia in a very vigilant way. Let me give you another example. I purchased this mineral water bottle on $1. The expiry of this bottle is 1st March and today is about 27th February. And one client came to my shop. They said, what is the price of the bottle? I said $1. He gave me a $1 and I gave him the bottle. This is Murabaha, Muswamia or Tolia? I have to repeat again. I have a shop. This is my shop. And the price of this bottle I purchased from the wholesale market on $1, but it will be expired very soon. A person came, what is the price of the bottle? I said $1. He gave me a $1 and took the bottle. What is this? Muswamia, Murabia, or Tolia? Please share your thoughts. None of this. Sanabu, Mamadou Musa, Tolia, base surf. Next. None. Next. Because there are very minor difference between these type of trade. Tolia, Tolia. Next. Next, please. 2 more person. Nasibullah Muswamia. Last one, please. Last one. We have 13 people right now with us. Our last answer, please. Basically, this is Muswama. Nasibullah, your answer is half correct and half is wrong. Why this is Muswamia? If that is at actual cost at break even, if I have to disclose the break even, then it will be the Tolia. For example, a client came to me and asked me, what is the price? I said, this is price is $1 and I'm going to sell you $1. Then this is Tolia because I'm disclosing my break even. And this is Muswamia because I do not disclose anything. What is the price of this product? So this is Be Muswamia because I'm not disclosing my profit, loss, or anything. Another second last example. I purchased this bottle $1, similar. And this is going to expire tomorrow. A client came to me and asked me, what is the price of this bottle? I said, the price of this bottle is $1.1 basically. And I purchased this bottle in $1, but this is going to expire tomorrow. Therefore, I'm going to sell you on $0.9. He gave me a $0.9 and took this bottle. I told him the actual retail price of this bottle is $1.1. I purchased this bottle from the market on $1, but it is going to expire tomorrow. Therefore, I'm going to sell you on $0.9. He gave me a $0.9 and took the bottle. What is this? Murabaha, Muswamia, or Tolia? Please. Ili Nan, Tawfiq Ali Muswamia. Next. Once you will understand that what is actually Murabaha, the Murabaha calculation and transaction is very easy, very much easy. As Murabaha have a lot of nitty-gritties, therefore I'm giving you examples so that in your mind you will memorize in a perfect way that what is the Murabaha transaction. Tolia. Last one. Last one, please. Please, last one. Abdul Jabir Qadir, Banu Khanu, Babas, Sister Zora, Sanabu, please. Last one. Non-cost, sell at Peru cost. Okay. Let me answer your answers. Sanabu Koli mentioned Tolia. No, this is not Tolia. Why? Tolia should be at only break even. I'm disclosing it, but that is not a break even, that is a loss. It means this is not a Tolia. Okay, next. Muswame Tawfiq Ali mentioned Muswamia. No, it would not be a Muswamia. Why? I'm disclosing my loss. I'm disclosing my loss. It would be the Muswamia if that client came to my shop. I said, what is the price? I said $0.9. He gave me a $0.9 and took the bottle. I didn't disclose anything. Then it would be a Muswamia. It would not be a Muswamia. Ali mentioned none. Yes, this is the answer. This is not a Muswamia because I am disclosing the loss. This is not a Murabia because I am disclosing the loss. If I disclosing the profit, then it would be the Murabia. It is not a Tolia because I am disclosing the loss, not a break even. What is Tolia? I am disclosing the break even. Basically, this transaction is called Bevadia. This is in the next slide. Vadia mean to sell out any asset in the loss and disclose that loss as well. What is the Murabia? You have to disclose the profit. If you disclose the loss, you are selling in the loss, then that is the Vadia. No, I think so. You have properly understood that what is the Muraba. Muraba is a transaction which is a common transaction in Islamic banking and microfinance industry, whereas the microfinance bank or Islamic bank have to disclose the profit to their clients and sell out any asset to them. That is called Murabia. The last example, only last example, and I will request that every person have to answer as well their mind. Okay, thank you, Banu. for explanation that your name is Khan, but in the my participant list that is mentioned Khanu. I am very much apologize to misspell your name. Anyhow, so the last example is that I have a shop, a grocery shop. The price of bottle I purchased from the wholesale on $1, and Mr. Khan came to my shop and asked me, what is the price of this bottle? I said $0.8. He gave me a $0.8 and took the bottle. So what is this? Murabaha, Musmamia, Surf, oh sorry, Tolia or Vadia. Mr. Khan came to my shop. What is the price? I said $0.8. Okay. Sister Khan came to my shop and she says, what is the price? I said $0.8. She gave me $0.8 and took the bottle. So what is this? Muswamaha, Murabaha, Tolia or Vadia. The last example. Then we will go for the practical aspects of Murabaha. I think so today I will sell this bottle to you. Who will purchase this bottle? Baba's Muswamaha. Next. Muswamaha. Next. Musa Muswamaha. Here. Next. Next. Brother Tawfiq, I will respond to your question just after this example. You have a good question. Okay. The people who mention Tolia, it will not a Tolia because that is not in the break even. Okay. I purchased on $1, but I'm selling on $0.8. So it is not a Tolia. Ms. Khan mentioned Vadia. No, it is not a Vadia. Yes, I'm selling on the at loss, but I'm not disclosing the loss. I'm not disclosing the loss. You just came to my shop, I said $0.8, you give to me and I gave to you. If I said that the price of this bottle to me is $1, but I'm going to sell you on $0.8 and I'm disclosing my loss, then it would be the Vadia. I'm not disclosing my loss. So that is not Vadia. Baserf, no, this is not Baserf. Baserf is basically for exchange of gold and silver. Tolia, I already mentioned, this is not a Tolia. Yes, this is Muswamia, which is mentioned by Sanabu and Musajov. This is Muswamia. I'm not disclosing anything, loss, profit, anything, or break even. If I will not disclose loss, profit, and break even, then that is Muswamia. If I will be disclose break even, then it will be a Tolia. If I will disclose loss, it will be the Vadia. If I will disclose the profit, that is Murabaha. If I will disclose the profit, that is Murabaha. Very simple thing. What is Murabaha? Whenever the bank will sell any asset by disclosing the profit to their client. Yes. And in Islamic microfinance bank or Islamic bank, why they do not do Wadiya or Tolia? Because Islamic banks are the commercial entity. They have to sell their asset on the profit margin for the profitability or the sustainability of their operation. So now I hope so you will understand that what is exactly Murabia. I have one question from Tawfiq Ali from Ethiopia, that if we say any atom sell at break even, Tole and any atom in sell out at any cost. So what is the difference between Wadiya and Muswamia? What is the difference in Wadiya? In Wadiya, I will disclose my loss, then that is the Wadiya. If I will not disclose anything, then that is the Muswamia. Here I am not disclosing anything in the last example. So that is Muswamia. So in short, that what is Murabaha? Murabia is a financial transaction, whereas bank have to sell any asset to the client on the profit margin, and profit margin have to disclose to the client. So that is transaction is called Murabaha. This was for, do you have any write-up with lots of example like you have given? Yes, I will share some books with you about the Murabia, but I just gave those examples to you to give you the confidence that what is the Murabia, because when you have to do Murabia in your banking industry, especially in Islamic banking industry, in Islamic microfinance industry, we are the Sharia auditor for many Islamic banks. And when we go there and when we communicate with their staff that what is the Murabia, 80% of the Islamic bank staff, they do not know what is the Murabia. They do not know the nitty-gritties of Murabia. So this is my sister, by the way, this is not a fun. I just try to explain you that what is the Murabia transaction. Otherwise, to be frank, I'm not a shopkeeper. I become the shopkeeper to just explain you that what is a Murabaha. Murabaha is a transaction to sell out any product on the profit margin and disclose the profit as well. Sometime when Islamic microfinance bank, they are doing the Murabia, they are doing the Murabia similar to the Muswamia. Yes, I know in many African countries, they do not. Yes, thank you very much, sister. Yes, thank you very much. I tried to sell out the product. What is the issue? Even in Kenya, even in West Africa, the Sharia compliance is not ensured in a such level which is being ensured in Pakistan, UAE, or Malaysia. Therefore, sometimes a lot of Islamic banking or Islamic microfinance products are being compromised. Let me explain you that how we ensure Islamic banking over here. Let me share a whiteboard with you. That when we ensure Murabia product or Salam product or Islamic banking product in Asian side or in Middle East, in UAE, in Qatar and Bahrain, or especially in Pakistan, we have to ensure Sharia compliance at 4 levels. The number 1, let me write for you, at regulatory level. This is the first step, that whenever any bank want to start Islamic microfinance, then they send their product to the regulators, and regulator have Sharia supervisory board or Sharia supervisory committee. They have to evaluate their product, and then they allow that microfinance bank to start Islamic microfinance. So we say that That is the first level to ensure Sharia compliance in Islamic microfinance industry at a regulatory level. The second is the institution or bank level, that it is necessary that every Islamic microfinance bank or Islamic microfinance institution, they have the internal Sharia advisor or Sharia committee. Sometimes that is called SAC, Sharia Advisory Committee. Sometimes that is called SSB, Sharia Supervisory Board, and some other countries that is called with other name. So that is the second level to ensure the Sharia compliance. Number 3, the Sharia audit. It is necessary that every Islamic microfinance bank or Islamic bank, they have external Sharia audit, and they have to submit the report of Sharia audit to the regulator that this product is being Sharia compliant. And we are the external Sharia auditor for the Islamic banks. Even they have more than 50 people in the Sharia department. Whenever we do Sharia audit, we have to find about 50, 30, 40 violations in their Murabiya transaction. I will explain some violation with you so that you can understand that how by having a big Sharia department, how Islamic bank have to neglect such type of Sharia compliance. And at the 4th level, the Sharia review, that every year the bank have to review their product, and if they want to change in the product, they have to send annual Sharia review report to the regulator for the updation in the product. So this is the 4 level to ensure Sharia compliance in Islamic microfinance bank. But in many African countries, unfortunately, they do not have such type of Sharia compliance mechanism. Yes, they have Sharia compliance mechanism majorly only at bank level, that bank have Sharia supervisory board or Sharia advisor, etc. For example, in Ethiopia, you do not have a Sharia supervisory board at the central bank. You do not have a Sharia audit or Sharia review. They only have Sharia advisor committee or Sharia advisor at the bank level. But 3 other Sharia compliance steps are absent. And similarly, many other African countries. So to ensure the Sharia compliance over there, then we say that if you do not have these 4 levels to ensure the Sharia compliance, you have to design self-Sharia governance. Self-Sharia governance. In many countries, they do not have all 4 levels to ensure Sharia compliance. Then we said you have a self-Sharia governance. And sometimes then we recommend that you have aggressive training with your team, because you are not answerable for the Sharia compliance to the regulators or to any regulatory body. Then your Sharia compliance may be compromised. So therefore, thank you very much. I took your comments in a positive way. Yes, I enjoyed when I give you that example. So the purpose of that, in a lively mood, you have to understand that what is the Murabiya transaction. Otherwise, the Murabiya transaction sometimes is very sensitive. Let me give you one example. In last year, I was appointed for a Sharia audit for a big Islamic bank, a very big Islamic bank. That is 100% Islamic bank. They were doing Murabiya for sugar cane with a sugar factory, with a sugar mill. They were doing the Murabiya for the sugar canes. At the entrance of the sugar mill, there is the weight station. Farmers bring their sugar canes in the trucks. Islamic bank purchase that sugar canes and immediately sell out that sugar cane to the sugar mill at the waste station at the entrance of the sugar mill or sugar factory, Islamic Bank have a booth. They purchase the sugar cane from the farmers, which they bring in the trucks and sell out to the sugar factory on deferred payment as a murabia. For example, they purchase 400 trucks in a night, and in the morning they have to sell 400 trucks of the sugar canes to the sugar factory to whom they produce the sugar. But according to the law and regulation, the truck cannot enter into the city in the daytime. Truck come into the cities in the night, and sugar, the branch of the or the booth of the Islamic Bank, they purchase all the trucks in the night, and in the morning when bank opens and sugar factory opens, they send one Murabia contact that we are going to sell out 400 trucks of, for example, 10 metric ton of sugar cane to the sugar factory on 20% profit. And bank, the sugar mill have to sign, and the Murabia contract is concluded. When I was in the head office of the Islamic Bank, and I asked that, they said that this is our contract of Murabia. Last night we sell out 400 trucks, about 10 metric ton sugar canes to the sugar factory. I said, okay, you are going to sign the Murabia agreement, but stop over here. I want to inspect the sugar cane. That is, the sugar cane is over there. I went to the sugar factory, sugar mill. I said, I want to see where is the 400 sugar canes. So where is the storage? When I went there, they said there is no sugar cane. In the night, sugar canes came, and there is no storage of the sugar cane in the sugar mill or sugar factory. When sugar cane came, it moves into the rollers, and sugar cane transformed as a liquid. And here is the liquid of 400 trucks of the sugar cane. I make all that transaction wide. Why? They are selling the product which is not in the existence. Sugar cane have been transformed into the liquid, but in the morning they are selling the sugar canes. I said, no, this Murabia transaction is the why. And all the amount of that 400 trucks should go to the charity, because you are selling a product which is not into the existence. Yes, in the night, if you sign the Murabia agreement, then it will be the Murabia, because at that time sugar cane exists. But as they purchase the sugar cane, they put into the rollers, and ruler make them as a liquid. So that transaction is the why. And sometimes, for example, they have to purchase any asset on 26th of January, but they are signing the Murabia agreement on 25th of January. We said, no, that is the why transaction, because this asset become in the ownership of the bank on the 26th of January. How you can sign a Murabia agreement on 25th of the January while you are not the owner of this asset? So precisely in Murabia, sometimes there is a lot of technical and operational issues. And I'm very much optimistic by having a couple of these examples, you will understand that what is Murabia exact race. Let's back to the presentation. 1 minute. Yes. So I was discussing about basic kinds of bear. Murabia is a financial product in Islamic microfinance and Islamic banking industry, where the microfinance bank have to sell any asset on profit margin. Muswamia is a sale where you do not have to disclose the profit margin or loss margin or break-even margin, because let me explain you that sometime in very minor cases, bank have to do muswamia as well. Because when you do not know the exact price of your product, then you have to do muswamia. Let me give you example. For example, this is my old computer shop. This is my shop, and I am selling out old laptop, monitors, webcams, modems, mouse, keyboards, and etc. This is my shop. I purchased one container from America or Canada for used computer in $10,000, and I brought that container in Dubai. In that small container of 20 by 20 feet, I have, for example, 300 laptop, 500 monitors, 200 mouses, 300 keyboards, modems, and etc. I purchased that container on $10,000. No, I segregated all those products and display in my shop. But in this case, I do not know what is the price for me for the laptop. What is the price for me for the mouse? What is the price for me for the projector? Because I purchased that container in $10,000. What I did in the marketing pricing, that what is the price of those products in the market? I put the prices of that product. Might be you come to my shop, you ask what is the price of laptop? I said $300. You give me the $300 and took the laptop. So whatever trading I will do in my shop, it will be muswamia, because I do not know the exact price of laptop, mouse, printer, etc. Might be I sell out that our product in $20,000. Even I purchase in a $10,000 that container. But my all that type of shop, I can do muswamia because I do not know the exact price of the individual product. Yes, sometimes you have to do muswamia as well, but very rare cases. But in the traditional business, sometimes you have a muswamia as well. So this is one example. So in short, I share different type of kinds of bay over here to give you the example and give you the understanding of murabia. Okay, let's, what is the issue now? Issue is that whenever Islamic micro, so here let me conclude the previous slides so that you have to have some understanding that before to start to murabia, we discussed the basic rules of murabia or basic rule of trading. What are the basic rule? That product should be in the ownership, possession, existence, and conditional basis, price. There should be price of that product. There should be permissibility of that product in Islam. It should be properly identified, and it should be have a one price. So that is the basic rules. And after the basic rules, we discuss that what is murabia. Then we understand that murabia is a sale, very simple sale, that you have to sell out any asset to your client on profit margin and disclose that profit as well. If you will disclose your loss, it will be a vadia. If you will disclose your break even, it will be a tolia. If you will not disclose anything, it will be muswamia. But what is murabah? Disclose your profit. So to disclose your profit, there are two ways. That you will say that the price of this product is $1 and I will take 20% profit. So when I will disclose the product price and profit margin, you can disclose the profit as well. It means the $0.2 is my profit. If I will say that I'm going to sell out this product to you on $1.2 and my profit margin is 20%, then you can easily calculate that the price of the product is the $1 and 20% is the profit margin. So it means if you disclose your profit margin, the product price can be understandable. If you will disclose the product price and add the profit margin, that it means profit margin amount is described. So but you have to disclose your profit margin. So that is whatever we discussed till now. This is we can say the foundationing of Murabe. Let's go to the practical aspects of Murabe now. When Islamic Bank do the Murabe or Islamic Microfinance Bank do the Murabe, and when client approach to them, at that time, client do not have that, the microfinance institution do not have that asset. For example, if you are the Islamic Bank, I approach to you that I need a car. I approach to Islamic Bank, I need a car. But at that time, Islamic Bank do not have a car. Islamic Bank is not the owner of the car at that time. So might be that car is not in the existence. It need to order to manufacture, for example. And at that time, bank is not the ownership of that car or possession of this car. It means bank do not do Murabe at that time. So bank have to become the owner of that asset first, then have to sell that asset to the client. And to become the ownership of that asset, bank have to involve some procedure. First, bank have to purchase that asset and then sell out that asset to the client. Why bank want to purchase that asset first? To fulfill the requirement of ownership, possession, and existence. I hope so now you will understand that whenever client approach to you, in 90% cases, microfinance institution or bank do not have that asset with them or the ownership of that asset or possession of that asset. So bank have to purchase that asset first and sell out that asset to the client. So bank have to follow these 5 stages to do a Murabe transaction. Bank have to follow these 5 stages for Murabe transaction. Let me explain you. When client approach to you, by the way, to the microfinance bank or bank, first of all, bank sign a promise agreement with the client. Bank have to sign, okay. For example, there is a one client approach to you. You are the Islamic Microfinance Bank. You all people have one bank. For example, you are the bank managers. I am the client. When I approach to you that I want to purchase a Honda City 2021 model from your bank, I want to take the financing through Murabe. So at that time, you do not have that asset with you. So you will sign one promise agreement with you, me, that bank will purchase that asset for you and you will purchase that asset from the bank. In the promise agreement, by the way, I have to, from the promise agreement, I have to discuss these points from you. In the promise agreement, number 1, what is the things in the promise agreement? The asset, which I already explained. Honda City car 2021 model, for example. Then this is also mentioned profit, price of the asset. For example, $10,000. Bank says my profit rate bank mentioned that I will take 20% profit on this transaction. Then tenor, I say 12 monthly installment, 12 month for 1 year financing. Repayment schedule, I said monthly installment. Okay, then insurance, whatever is the insurance cost. I have to mention that I have to import that car from America. The insurance cost is a 1% for as a marine insurance. So then here, what are the guarantee or security, collateral, and etc. Whatever is mentioned, the collateral. So all these things are in the first stage. And this stage is called promise stage. By the way, these all 5 stages in the 50 to 60% cases done in 1 day. Basically, client approach to you with an invoice from the vendor that client says, I want to purchase this thing and this is the price. And okay, bank have to sign the promise stage. This is the one form in the application form of Murabba. Excuse me. Please do not worry. This is not a corona. So in the promise stage, bank have to sign one document that client have to purchase that asset. And sometimes Islamic banks consider, or the staff or client consider, this is the Murabe agreement. No, this is not Murabe agreement. This is only the promise agreement that client have to purchase. Why this is not a Murabe agreement? Because in this stage, client do not have the ownership of that asset. The bank do not have a ownership or possession of that asset. Then bank says, okay, you want to purchase this Honda City 2021. I will make you my agent. You go to the Honda workshop or Honda retail shop and purchase the car for the bank. Bank appoint the client as an agent to purchase that asset for the bank. So here client is acting as an agent for the bank to purchase that asset for the bank. Why bank have to ask to the client to purchase that asset? Because bank says, if I will purchase that asset for you, might be you will say, oh, I do not need this color, I need that color or this specification, etc. So you are my agent, go and purchase that car. Client have to go there, bank give a cross check or give direct payment to the vendor for that car, and the car is transferred, title transfer to the bank, or bank can give that amount from the client account as well. That this is financing amount in your account, you have to purchase that car for bank behalf. So in the fourth stage, now the title become to the bank. Bank is the owner of that asset, and now bank is fulfilling all the basic rules of BEA or basic rules of Murabia: ownership, possession, existence, unconditional basis, permissible in Islam, price, and etc. So now bank says, bank will take this document of the promise stage and convert that promise stage document as a Murabia agreement. And now bank offer that I'm going to sell this call to you on these condition. Client says, yes, this is acceptable to me. Client have to sign that document, and then that Murabia agreement is concluded. And now client have to pay that payment as per the schedule. So why Islamic microfinance institution involve all these 5 stages? Because to fulfill the basic rules of treating in Islam. So that is the background. So first bank sign the Murabia promise stage, then agency stage, acquiring the possession, execution of Murabia, and then after execution of Murabia. Let me explain all these stages to you in next slide, and it will be easy for you to understand now. So in the first stage, what we discussed, that is the promise stage. Client approach to the bank for the facility to Murabia. Facility approved between bank and the client. And in the first stage, they have signed Murabia facility agreement MOU. This is the facility agreement. This is not a Murabia agreement. You have to understand. Sometimes that is called promise agreement as well. This is not Murabia agreement. So client and bank sign an agreement to enter into the Murabia. Client submit the purchase requisition to the bank that I want to purchase this thing with all the demanding quality, all the specification and etc. In the stage 2, client appoint as agent to purchase goods on bank behalf. Now client is the agent to purchase that product. That the agency agreement between the bank and the client. Bank gives money to the supplier through the client's accounts for the purchase of the goods, or client bank can give a cross check to the directly to the vendor as well. Disbursement of the supplier. Stage 3, client purchase the good on behalf of the bank and take the possession. And when bank takes the possession, client makes an offer, or bank can make one offer to purchase the goods from the bank, or bank can offer to sell the product to the client. This is the offer and acceptance. Bank accept the offer or client accept the offer, then the Murabia agreement is concluded. Basically, all 5 stages in the one form as well sometimes. And in the 60-70% cases in the Murabia transaction, all 5 stages usually done in 1 or 2 days. That is, the Murabia agreement is signed. And as soon as Murabia agreement is signed, all risk and reward of that product transferred to the client. Because Murabia is a sale agreement. And when you sign the Murabia agreement, all the risk transferred to the client. For example, you are the Islamic bank and I took the car from you. I signed the Murabia agreement. I took the car, I went out, and there is accident. Who will be the responsible? The client will be responsible, because when client sign the Murabia agreement, I will be the responsible. Then all the risk and the title transfer to the client. But in the case of Ijara is a product where asset transfer after the end of the last installment. In the Ijara case, who will be the responsible? The bank. So when we will discuss the takaful, then I will share the risk profile of the different Islamic microfinance product, that who will be the responsible for what type of loss. Anyhow, So in Murabia, when the Murabia agreement is signed, the risk and reward transfer to the bank or transfer to the client. And after that, client have to pay the payment on deferred payment basis on the installment, whatever is the written in the Murabia agreement. So I hope so you will understand that what is the practical aspect of Murabia. So let's have a 15 minutes break for coffee or for the lunch, wherever you are right now. And after 15 minutes, we will start from Murabia from the similar stages, and then we will discuss these things again very briefly, and then we will go to the risk profile of those products, that what is the risk management of Murabia in Islamic microfinance industry. I hope so during this tea or lunch break, you will have some questions and write your questions. I am very much happy to have your questions, because your questions will be clear your mind about this Murabia transaction. And let's have a one break for 15 minutes, and after 15 minutes we will join from here. Thank you very much. You are welcome, Brother Musa, for the lunch. There is some questions in the chat box, then I will reply to your question after 15 minutes. Thank you very much. Have a nice time for lunch and the coffee. Welcome back. So there are some couple of questions at the chat box. We take the question first, and we will move forward. Uh, so there's a one question from the Babas that once the client agree to sign the agreement, then he or she dissolve the responsibility of the bank. Uh, no, the bank responsibility is there as well in the terms of recovery and in terms of execution, the Murabia, and in the terms of the risk management as well. Yes, the risk of that asset and the reward of that asset and title is transferred to the client. Then there is another question from Ms. Khan that if you purchase a house through bank on Murabia and at some point you lost job and not able to pay monthly installment, what happened? Does bank help you to give grace period? Yes, bank can give you the grace period, but the price of the asset cannot be changed. Because in Murabaha, that once you sign the agreement, then you cannot change the price. The price cannot be changed once the agreement is signed. That is the limitation of the Murabia. Therefore, Murabia is being utilized as a short-term sale, not a long-term sale. So if you want to go for the long-term, go for Ijara or diminishing Musharka. For the short-term, maximum till 2 years, the Murabia would be good, 1 year or 2 years. And more than that, you have to go Ijara or diminishing Musharka. And let me tell another thing to you that that Murabaha or Salamin Istasna, these products are related to the trading. And before the selling of the asset, or before the Murabia agreement, all the risk belong to the bank or microfinance institution. But after signing of Murabia agreement, all the risk belong to the client. How can Islamic bank or the microfinance help the poor to create wealth? So not just out of the poverty, but generate wealth. Yes, in Islamic finance, there are different deposit products for saving products. And sometimes there is a complete topic of the fund management in Islamic finance. By utilizing those things, a poor can generate the wealth or increase their financial resources. Any other question, please? You are welcome, Khan. By the way, I am Mughal, and Mughals are also Khan. My tribe name is Khan too. Any other question related to the Murabia? Let's go for the practical aspects, some other practical aspects of Murabia transaction. So here is the similar example. For example, the customer approached the bank with a request for the financing. The bank purchased and received the title of the ownership from the vendor, which I already explained. The bank makes payment to the vendor. The bank transfers the title over the customer upon the payment. The customer makes payment upfront or on deferred basis to the bank. So this is the mechanism between customer and the Islamic bank. The title transferred from vendor to Islamic bank, and upon the signing of Murabia agreement, the title transferred to the customer. What are the different type of the securities are basically required for Murabia? It depends on the bank policy. It depends on the Islamic microfinance policy. So sometimes they need some collateral. Sometimes banks have to utilize that asset as a collateral as well in their books. And it depends to the policy and policy. I would like to explain one thing about Islamic banking, that whenever we talk about Islamic banking, we have to utilize basically two concepts, or we have to have two approaches for Islamic finance. Number one, the Sharia approach. Number two, the business approach. Or we can say there are two types of decision in Islamic microfinance. One is the Sharia decision, that what Sharia says. Second, the business decision, that what is the decision of the Islamic microfinance bank. For example, in Murabaha, Sharia says that whenever you do any Murabaha transaction, you will add a profit. This is the Sharia decision, that whenever you will do a Murabaha, you will add the profit and disclose the profit. How much profit should be added? This is the business decision. So what is the Sharia decision? That you have to add the profit and disclose the profit. And how much profit should be added? That is the business decision. Sometimes we mix business decision with the Sharia decisions. These are also two different things. For example, in Nigeria, there is a one Islamic microfinance bank, for example, in Abuja. They are doing Murabia for agriculture, for financing the tractors, for example. And tractors are available in Abuja. The factory is in Abuja, for example. In Abuja, when they do Murabia, might be their Murabia profit rate is 15%. But they are also doing that similar Murabia in Kano, Buchi, or Maiduguri and other states. But their profit rate on that Murabia on the similar asset in those states are 20%. Why? Because in Abuja, for that bank, they have human resource, they have infrastructure, that tractor available in Abuja city, and they are doing Murabia on 15% profit because the operating cost is very low. But if they have a branch in the northern part of Nigeria, where they have some security issues as well, their operating cost is very high. They have to send their staff from Lagos and Abuja to northern part of the country. They are paying the extra accommodation cost to them. They are paying extra facility to them. The tractors are not available from Buchi. They have to send tractor from Abuja to Bauchi. It means the operating cost is high. So might be in Bauchi, their Murapia financing for the same asset is for 18% or 20%. So if their Murapia profit over there is 20%, that is the business component for them. That operating cost is high, risk is high, therefore the financing cost is high. But what is the Murabia? What is the Sharia decision? Sharia decision is that you add the profit. How much profit will be added? It would be the business decision. So we can say that Islamic banking is a combination of two things: Sharia decisions number two, the business decision. So this is the combination that whenever we do Islamic banking is the combination of Sharia decision and business decision. So for the documentation, every microfinance bank and every Islamic bank, they have their own regulation. Then what collateral should be taken, what documentation is required, what should be the period of that product, and etc. Usually in Islamic microfinance industry, the documentation is required as the declaration, security as well as security documents, DP note, which is the demand promissory note, which is the legal document, and schedule of payment. What are the risk dimensions? There are different types of risk which are associated with Murabia transaction. Number one, the credit risk. You gave the financing and client declined to pay back you as per schedule. Number two, liquidity risk. You purchase one asset for the client, but client declined to purchase that asset in Murabia. You import one car or petrol or gas station, or you import one tractor for the client, but client denied to have a Murabia agreement. So you have to sell that asset in the local market. And sometime when you liquidate that asset, or sometime client unable to pay and you recover that asset and want to liquidate, you do not recover your full amount. So the liquidity risk is over there. The pricing risk, that when you book the Murabia at that time, at the promised state price was that asset was different, but after 1 week the price of the asset is different. So that is the pricing risk. Market risk, for example, one of your client, they import the gas station or petrol station, and that gas station imported from the Italy, it took 3 months to reach in Addis Ababa, for example. But after 3 months, when that asset reached to the Addis Ababa, government cancelled all the license to install new petrol or gas station. It means the market dynamic have been changed. If market dynamic have been changed, then it will be issue for that Murabia transaction. So that is another risk. Foreign exchange risk. In some time, for example, in Nigeria, Naira have a lot of volatility with other international currencies. Similarly, bid in Ethiopian market, they have to change on daily basis. Might be when you sign promise agreement, the exchange rate with the local currency was different, and at the time of purchase might be different. And sometimes the foreign exchange risk is over there. Then solvency risk, and then operational risk. Operational risk is a biggest risk, and the Sharia compliance risk. The Sharia risk is also part of the operational risk, that in operations you are not follow the structure as per the schedule. So the operational risk over there. And by the way, the kaful is a mechanism to provide all the risk coverages to the Murabia transaction which are associated over there, like a credit, like a liquidity, like a pricing, market, foreign exchange, solvency, and operational. And sometimes the kaful companies have a dedicated product for such type of the risk. They have a dedicated mechanism for such type of the risk. So these are the some risks which are associated with Islamic banking industry for Murabaha. There is some questions. Let me take some. I will take some questions just after the next slide. I have to conclude the Murabah, then I will take the questions. Here is the one exercise. And I will request to all the participants, please do not move for the next slide. And I want to just understand your expertise, that how you will calculate the Murabaha. So I hope so. This is Islamic banking training, and you will follow the ethics as well. Do not go for the next slide, as I already shared this presentation with you. So this is the one exercise, that how to calculate Murabaha. In this exercise, there is a one client who approached to the Islamic bank for Murabaha for 180 days for 6 months. Client says, I will return that amount in 6 months in monthly installment. Islamic Microfinance Bank says that I will give 10% per annum as a profit. I will take on financing of that poultry feedstock. Client basically want to take poultry feedstock, that is the agricultural client. The carriage cost of that asset is the 5%. The total cost of the poultry feed is the 50,000 in Naira or Bear, whatever currency you want to calculate. And client says that I will give you the personal security or pledge of feedstock. So our client approached to a microfinance bank for the 50,000 financing to purchase the poultry feed, and client said I will return that amount in 6 months in monthly installment. Bank says I will charge 10% per annum profit in this transaction, while the carriage cost of that poultry feedstock might be, it will come from one city to another city for that client, is the 5%. So you have to just calculate what would be the monthly installment in this transaction to the Islamic Microfinance Bank. And in that monthly installment, what is the amount for principal amount and what is the amount for the profit? You have to calculate what would be the monthly installment for the bank, and in the monthly installment, what is the amount for the principal amount and what is the amount for the profit in that monthly installment. That is very simple exercise. I hope so. You have to do it in a perfect way, inshallah. So you have a 5 minutes to calculate what would be the monthly installment, and in the monthly installment, what is the amount of principal and what is the amount for profit in the monthly installment. You have a 5 minutes, please. Yes, please.
Yes, I have one question. This rate of profit, which is 10%, is it per annum?
This is per annum.
What does it mean if, so in this case, it is only 6 months installments. If it was 2 years repayment, then this is calculated how? On a yearly basis?
The profit will be, yes, you can calculate on the yearly basis. Yes, might be you have a lump sum amount as well.
This will mean if the loan is on 2 years, 2 times 10% for each year?
Yes, it would be.
Okay.
But mostly for the Murabia, they have to give you a lump sum amount for 2 years. But here I mentioned 10% per annum as a trick to how you will calculate for 6 months, by the way. You have 2 minutes left. Please share your answer at the chat box. Please stop writing and share your answer at the chat box. Yes, please. Okay. More, please. Only waiting for other responses. Here is the answer. The total cost of the goods was the 50,000. The rate of the profit was 10% per annum, but you should consider that this transaction is for 6 months. If the rate is 10%, it means you have to divide it 1 by 2. The transportation cost is the 5% of the total cost of the asset. So it means the total cost of the asset for the bank would be 50,000 multiplied by the 5%, which will be 2,500. So total cost which will be financed by the bank will be 52,500. So you have to calculate the profit on the 52,500, 10% per annum divided by 6 by 12. So that would be the profit margin, the profit of this transaction. So Murapia price is the combination of the price of the asset or the price which is financed by the bank plus the core profit margin. So the Murapia price is 55,125. And then it will be divided by the 6. So it would be the 99,187.5 will be the monthly installment. Among them, the principal amount would be 8,750, while the profit margin would be 437.5. So this is the mechanism that how we calculate the murabaha. Any question? Let me take some question because I observed there's some question at the chat box. Yes, there is one question from Ibrahim Abdullahi Sani. I have a question for you. What is the basic feature of Murabia financing? First of all, Murabia is a very easy transaction than any other transaction like Salam, Istasna, Mudarba or Musharka. The calculation is very easy for the Murabia transaction. And second, it is easy to calculate and easy to understand to the people as well. And you can do Murabia for any product where your client need any asset. They need tractor, they need pesticide, they need welding machine, they need Bajaji auto rickshaw, they need laptop, they need any other item. Even you can do Murabia for non-tangible assets as well. For example, one of the person they need to send his daughter study in Oxford, but the price for the 2 year expenses for the Oxford is, for example, $20,000. So microfinance bank can give $20,000 to the Oxford University and purchase that educational seat and sell out it on the profit margin to the client. So it is not necessary that you have to do Murabia with the tangible assets, but you can do for non-tangible assets as well. What will happen if loan is not repaid from the borrower and there is no additional collateral? Ellie, when we talk about Islamic microfinance, especially for Islam, yes, for Islamic banking, the client have very good collateral. For Islamic banking, client have guarantee and many other security options as well. But when you do Islamic finance with the poor, specifically for microfinance, sometimes clients do not have a quality collateral. In these cases, they have to make social collateral. Yesterday, we discussed about Grameen model, Grameen credit lending model, village banking credit lending model, cooperative credit lending model, credit union credit lending model, self-help group credit lending model. If you see all those credit lending model, basically those model is being designed to make a social collateral. And sometimes social collateral works better than do the physical collateral. Therefore, the recovery rates of the microfinance institutions sometimes better than to the banks, because the social collateral works better than to the physical collateral. Yes, again, it will be a totally responsibility of a microfinance bank that what type of collateral they require for financing. As I mentioned, that Islamic microfinance is a combination of two things: the Sharia decision and business decision. For Murabia Sharia decision, you have to add the profit. The business decision that what type of collateral you will require to secure your financing. Yes, in Islam, Islam allow the collateral. Even Hazrat Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, once he purchased some food atom from a shop and give them a oin cloth which they used to be used for in the wars, in the during the fighting in during wars. They give that oin cloth as.
Assalamualaikum. Assalamualaikum. Brother Zubair Mahmoud Musajuf.
Yes, please.
I'm sorry, I was having trouble with my mic after the walking. I wanted to say I am missing the walking here, that the carriage, 5% carriage you did not take in. You did not factor in the 5% carriage. You took the 10% per annum divided by 2, which is you are saying 10% per annum. So for the 6 months, it will be that 10% per annum divided by 2. Then the 5% carriage cost is 5% of the value, which is 50,000, which is 2,500.
Yes, please.
Then also the other one, 10% of that will also give you 2,500. So in that calculation, I arrived at something like 55,000 as the total cost or outlay of the bank. Before you now,
the total cost for the financing cost for the bank is 52,500.
But that does not take care of the carriage cost.
No, carriage cost we calculate it in the fourth row. If you in the fourth row, we calculate the carriage cost 5,000 multiplied by 5%, which is 2,500. So now, total cost of the financing for the bank is 52,500. And by the way, we calculate the profit in the row 5th. Here we calculate the profit calculation. We have to calculate the profit on 52,500.
Oh, I was thinking we calculate the profit on the cost of the asset, which is 50,000, and not 52,500.
No. Why? Because this is the amount, the cost for the asset to the bank is 52,500. Because when we do Murabia, this is a very simple example. But when, so for example, you have to import the gas station, for example. Okay. So the price of the gas station, for example, is, for example, 1 million USD. Gas station will be imported from, we can say, it will be imported from America or Italy. So the transportation cost might be might be 0.1 million, for example. Okay. And then there is a tax for that asset in when you import in your country, for example, in Gambia, the tax is 10%, which will be again 0.1 million. Okay. And then even you have the marine insurance, that the careful cost to import from US or from Italy to your country might be that is 0.2%, 0.2 million, for example. Okay, so bank have to, when bank have to finance, basically bank is financing all those costs. So the asset for the bank, for in this case, the asset price for the bank will be 1.4 million. So basically Bank is giving 1.4 million financing to purchase that asset. So the asset price for the bank will be 1.4 million, and the bank will be calculate their profit on this amount. Yes, asset price in USA was the 1 million. Yes, that was in the 1 million in USA. But when you bring that asset to the Gambia, you have to bear the transportation cost, you have to bear the taxes of the government, you have to bear the insurance cost for the marine insurance. So this is the cost for the asset for the bank. So the asset to the bank in Gambia will be the price will be 1.4 million, and bank have to calculate the profit on 1.4 million, not on the 1 million. Because
which is 10% of what?
Yes, if
10%
there's
of 1.4. Thank you. I understand now. Thank you.
yes, yes.
So the bank will now calculate 10% of the 1.4.
Yes, 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 1.4. Because that is the cost for the asset for the bank. Yes, cost of the asset in America was 1 million, but when bank acquired that asset and bring to the country, pay the taxes, transportation, insurance, and might be some other cost also involved on it. Might be the agent cost, might be agent go to the America, in no client is the agent, and he also have a one cost about 1.05 million. So you will cost at that cost as well, because yes, so then they will have to calculate the price on 1.45 million, and profit will be calculated on that price.
Understood. I missed all the explanations after this because I was struggling with my mic. I couldn't just get through, but I got it now. Thank you so much.
Okay, it's okay. So, Ali, as per your question, for the collateral in Islam, Islam allows the collateral, and Hazrat Muhammad, the holy prophet of Muslims, he himself gave the collateral while he took some food paper item from one shop. So in Islam, the collateral is allowed, and whenever you have to finance through Murabia, you can take the collateral. What would be the quality of collateral? It will be depend on your business strategy. For example, if the quality of collateral is low, then your might be financing risk or financing price is high. If you have exact good collateral, then might be your financing price is low, because you have to calculate your profit in Murabia by calculating each and everything, the inflation, cost of fund, risk, and many other indicators which you know very well. I hope so your question is answered. We have one question from Babas. This means that the profit should be calculated after adding the carriage cost, not from the actual cost of. Yes, I already answered this question. Still trying to reconcile the idea of not demanding interest rate when making an Islamic loan from yesterday. Today learning we have agreed on the profit to be made. Yes, brother. In Islam, if we see that yesterday we also discussed the interest and prohibition of interest and etc. If we see that interest-based banking and economy do not create a rare impact in any business or in the economies. But in Murabia, in Salam and other products, that is the real economy, the real trading. Islam says that you have to take profit, but in the business, but you cannot take any extra amount while you have to deal with the cash loan. What is the difference between the interest and profit? By the way, the interest means to take extra amount in the cash loan. Profit when you have to do the trade. In the trade, you are involved in real economic activity basically. And when you are involved in real economic activity, you are the factor to generate the employment, to generate the business activities, and etc. And by the way, in Islam, if we see in Quran, the holy book of Muslim, where there is the prohibition of interest, then Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala also give the solution of the interest as well. In Surah Baqarah, in the chapter 2 of Quran Pak, which is the Surah Baqarah, in ayat number 275, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala mentioned, Halalla baywa haram riba. We permitted the trade and prohibited the interest. Halalla bay, we permitted the bay mean trade. We permitted the trade and prohibited the interest. So in the same words where there is the prohibition of interest came, in the same words there is the solution also came that yes, the interest is prohibited, the solution is the trade. So murabaha is a trade, and whenever you take any extra amount in the trade, that is called profit. So this is the thin line between trade and the interest, the profit and the interest. So this was the one example that how we have to take Murabia transactions. And by the way, Salam and Istasna, we yesterday discussed the Salam. What is the Salam? Salam is also trade-based product. In Salam, you have to pay 100% payment in advance, and product delivery will be in the future dates. Product must be quantified, identified, and measured with the quality. Date of delivery, time, place must be mentioned clearly in advance. Salam cannot be valid for only a specific farm, land, or garden. You can do salam for anything. And istasna and salam are similar, but in istasna, you can give the payment to your client in the partial basis as well, and remaining terms are the same. So these were the some detail about trade-based product and murabaha, that how to utilize murabaha in Islamic banking or Islamic microfinance industry. Now our next topic is the takaful and micro takaful. And before going to the takaful, let me share with you that in Islamic microfinance, the risk profile of every product is different to the others. In Ijara, the risk, for example, if I am for example, here is the bank, and here is the client. Sorry. Let me take the whiteboard. Here is the bank. Here is the client. And asset is the car. For example, a client needs a car. So client can take the car from the bank on the basis of, for example, murabaha. Client can take that similar asset from the bank on the basis of ijara as well, and on the basis of diminishing musharaka as well. Yesterday we discussed the ijara. Ijara is the leasing. I'm just, before go to the takafur, I'm sharing you the risk profile of the different product. So our client need a car from an Islamic bank. Client can take that car from the Islamic bank on the basis of Murabia, on the basis of Ijara, or on the basis of diminishing Musharka. But the asset is the same, but the risk profile for all those products, the risk profile of all those products is the same, different. For example, client took the car on the basis of Murabaha from the Islamic bank. They signed the Murabaha agreement and they went out and there is an accident of the car. Who will be the responsible? The client. Why client? Because when they signed the Murabaha agreement, the title is transferred from Islamic bank to the client. In the same day, after signing the agreement, in the evening there is the accident. Then who will be the responsible? The client. So the client took the similar asset with a similar term on the basis of Ijara, for example. There is a 3-year Ijara or 5-year Ijara. They took the car after 2 months or on the same day, but after signing the agreement, there is the accident. Who will be the responsible? Because in the leasing, in the Ijara, asset remain in the books of the banks. But in the case of Murabaha, when they signed the Murabaha agreement, the title transferred from the bank books to the client books. So in the case of Ijara, if there is an accident in any stage, the client will not be responsible. The bank will be the responsible till the last installment. The bank will be the responsible. Anyhow, client took the similar asset on the basis of diminishing Musharka. You discussed Musharka in the morning, that in the Musharka, the loss will be distributed according to the investment ratio. For example, the client give 10% amount and bank give 90% amount, and they purchase the car, and the car is the accidented. Then the bank will be responsible for the 90% and client will be the responsible for the 10% according to the share of the investment in the asset. So what we learned over there, the asset is same, might be the profit is the same, tenure is the same, but the risk profile of the products is different. For Murabaha, client is responsible. For Ijara, all the risk is belong to the bank, and for diminishing Musharka, it will be shared according to the investment ratio. So whenever we design the Murabaha product and when we will design the structure for any Islamic microfinance bank or institution, then we have to see that what type of insurance or the kaful industry they have in their country. If any country, if they have a very good insurance companies, the insurance claim management is very good, then we advise to the bank that go for the Ijara. Ijara is good product. If we say, oh, in XYZ country, the insurance companies are not good, they are not efficient for setting the claim, then we advise to the Islamic microfinance institution, go for Murabaha. Murabaha is a safe side for the financing. If they have a 50-50, then we will go, sometime recommend them to go for the diminishing Musharka. So to choosing a financing product in Islamic microfinance also depends that what type of insurance or the kaful industry do you have in your country. So here I just want to explain that the risk profile of each product would be different than others. Anyhow, let's go for the takaful. This is our last topic of today, and in which we will discuss takaful and micro takaful. By the way, do you have any knowledge about takaful? Do you want to share if anybody have some information? Yes, takaful. I will be very brief to discuss the.
Assalamu alaikum, Mr. Zubir.
Walaikum assalam.
This is Baba.
Yes, please. Yes, you are from the
I'm
takaful
just
industry.
yes, in the Gambia.
Yes. So you can share
Okay. Yeah,
whatever thought you have.
I just want to be brief because we're almost running against time now.
Mhm.
As the word implies, takaful means joint guarantee. Is a concept that come to replace the word insurance in the industry. Because the concept of insurance, the conventional insurance, is based on buying and selling, and the concept of takaful is based on mutual guarantee.
Okay.
So, yeah, and as you see, the operation of takaful, that's why in the operation of takaful you have the participant and then you have the takaful operator.
Okay.
So the takaful operator is entrusted to manage a certain fund being contributed by the participants in a pool. So
Okay.
that's why those contributions generate the amount that a certain percentage is given to the takaful operator as a wakala fee, means a 30% of it or any agreed percentage as a wakala fee, and then the other one will go to the participants' account. That's why you have these two separate accounts. You have the shareholders account and you have the participants account. So at the end of the accounting year, if we look at the accounts, and then when accounts are audited, you look at the liabilities against the assets, and then a surplus is realized. That surplus is called the profit, which is shared amongst participants. Yeah, on a nutshell, just to be brief, because I know you're going to elaborate more on it, but just to be brief, this is basically takaful, with that brings the difference between the concept of takaful and conventional insurance.
Okay, let me summarize your thing for the participant as well, because you utilize some technical terms like SHF and PTF. Let me brief them and explain to them. Before to go to the takaful, I have a couple of questions. I heard that this is the only third party, no comprehensive insurance. It depends on the country to country, that sometimes they have different type of insurance product, and sometimes the third parties, sometimes the comprehensive and etc. So it depends to country that what type of insurance product they have. And are ijara and diminishing musharaka similar? No, ijara and diminishing musharaka are not similar. Basically, ijara and diminishing musharaka, that is the leasing product, and the diminishing musharaka is the hybrid product of musharaka and ijara. So we can say that murabia is a trade-based product where you have to deal in the buying and selling mechanism, while ijara and diminishing musharaka is the leasing based product where you have a mechanism of lessee and lessor. So these are the different products. As per takaful, because our major basic topic is micro takaful, but before go to the micro takaful, I will just give you a brief background of takaful. In the takaful, basically in Islam do not have any prohibition in insurance. In Islam, we have a concept of insurance, even in Quran and Sunnah. In Islam, we have a philosophy of insurance. In Islam, we have a practice of insurance as well. Hazrat Umar Razidara Anno had been established many systems. Among them, one system is similar to the takaful as well. So first of all, you have to understand that in Islam, we do not have any contradiction with insurance concept, philosophy, and etc. If we have any contradiction with the insurance concept, then there might be no Islamic insurance company. If we have a fala, if we have an objection in the concept, then how can be a Islamic version can come? Basically, in Islam, we do not. What insurance do, by the way? To compensate the people at a time of hardship. This is the message of Islam as well. To compensate the people when they have an accident or health problem. This is also message of Islam. So if there is no contradiction of insurance in Islam, then why we ask, our Sharia scholar says that insurance is haram? Basically, in Islam allows the insurance, but in the recent world, in the insurance companies, they are utilizing some un-Islamic element in the operation of the insurance companies. Therefore, Sharia scholar says insurance is not permissible. If we remove those un-Islamic elements from the insurance operations, that is called takaful. I have to repeat again that in Islam, we do not have contradiction with the insurance concept. And in Islam, we have a philosophy and the teaching of insurance as well. Where is the issue? Issue is that these four un-Islamic elements are in the insurance practices. Therefore, Sharia scholar says that insurance is not permissible. What are those un-Islamic elements? Number one, the interest. That when you have to give your premium to the insurance company, they have to put that amount in an interest-based banking and take the interest from there. Sharia scholars say this is not permissible in Islam. Number two, the gharar. Sharia scholars say that there is the gharar in the contract of the insurance company. For example, I am the client, you are my insurance company. I give you $100 to insure my car, and you give me a contract which is called the policy. Sharia scholar says that this contract is a contract of sale between the insurer and insured. And in this contract, this is uncertainty. How uncertainty? That I give you $100, you are my insurance company, and I'm the client. I do not know what is my benefit on this insurance contract. Might be I have a total loss, I will take 10,000 from you. Might be a no loss, might be a partial loss. So this is the contract of sale. And this contract of sale is uncertain. Even insurance companies do not know what is that benefit when they are selling that policy in $100. What is the benefit? Might be they do not give any claim, might be a total claim, and etc. So this is the second objection in the operations of the insurance company, not on the insurance concept. The third objection for the insurance in the Sharia point of view is the qimar, gambling. Islam says that in the insurance policy, there is qimar, there is a gambling. How that is the gambling? For example, in Islam, we categorize the gambling in different types of names. One gambling name is qimar, maisar, and many others. But qimar is a specific gambling where the benefit of the one person is dependent on the loss of the other person. Or gain of one person or loss of the one person dependent on the gain of the other person. For example, if I have a coin, let me see if I have a coin or not. For example, I have a coin and I toss the coin. I will ask if there is a head, I will give you the $10. If there is tail, you give me the $10. So I toss the coin and there is the head. I say, oh, this is head. I'm giving you $10. So it means your gain is dependent on my loss. If there is tail, I'm taking $10 from you. It means my gain is dependent on your loss. So this type of gambling is called qimar. Sharia says in the insurance contract, you have qimar. If I give you $100 and insure my car, you are the insurance company and I am your client. And when you are giving me the claim, it means my benefit is dependent on the loss of the insurance company. If you are not giving me the claim, it means my loss is dependent on the gain of your company. So Islam says in the insurance contract, that is the qimar. This is the third objection in insurance, in Sharia point of view. The fourth objection is the risk transfer. That I gave you $100 and I transfer my risk to you. But in Islam, Islam says, no, you cannot transfer the risk. You can share the risk. So these are the four un-Islamic elements in the insurance operations or insurance practice. Therefore, Islam says that insurance is not permissible. If we remove these four un-Islamic elements from the operations, that is called takaful. Then that is called takaful.
Thank you so much, Brother Zubair. You've made it so simple and so understandable. I just want to throw a little bit more light. So for somebody like Banu Kano, they will tell you they don't have comprehensive. There is nothing like that.
Brother Musa, we lost you. Hello? Hello? I think so here.
Hello,
He's having, okay.
Are you hearing us now?
Yes, now we are hearing you. We lost you.
Okay, so what I'm saying is, in short, they are telling Banu that there is no comprehensive. We have full comprehensive. Is nothing but insurance minus all the objections that Brother Zubair have told you. The concept of insurance is based on the law of large numbers, where the fortunate many are helping the unfortunate few. That is conventional insurance. That is 500 people who are fortunate to own 500 cars have come together to put up a fund to say whoever suffers a loss amongst these 500 will be paid from the pool. Now, this is the agreement, and that Islam accepts that fully. But at the end of the period, if only 50 people suffered a loss and you paid those 50 people, and as a company or as an individual or as an organization, you claim the benefits, you claim the rest, you profit of the year, then Islam says that is haram. The capital was not yours when you started the business. So if that capital was not yours, then if there is any surplus, the providers of capital must also stand to benefit. So that is where Takaful comes to say, at the end of the year, when we pay all losses, then the profits or surplus realized must be distributed to those members who have not suffered losses. Is full insurance, third party, comprehensive act, whatever you call it. We have all the classes, the cost is the same, the clauses are the same, but Islam does not want it to stand as gambling. Gambling means if you suffer a loss, you find yourself being paid more than the premium you paid the insurance company. And if you do not suffer a loss, you stand to lose your premium and you go to them, they say, oh, Bano, you are a very good client. We are giving you 10% discount or 15% discount. You talking about discount? What about the money I paid you in 2020? You don't want to talk about it, I have to come and pay again. So Islam says that is haram. Since there is that element of you may benefit from your insurance or lose your insurance. Also in that study of insurance, the last example Brother Zubair just gave us for the bank, when that vehicle is being moved, the title, the ownership is transferred to the owner. There is an accident. He's asking who suffers the loss, the bank or the client. If it is the client, the way he could have saved himself or herself from that loss is to have bought insurance before moving the car. So that when you move and there's an accident, the insurance company comes into your shoes to put you in the position you were before the loss, buy you another vehicle. Now, what we are saying again is that you have a situation where, you suffer a loss, you find yourself benefiting more. You do not suffer a loss, you lose your money. That is where they invest their money also is always to double it up, money making money. That is haram in takaful. We cannot insure anything which is not halal. We cannot invest into interest-based investments. So, it is like nothing but interest ruled out, gharar ruled out, gambling, that is may or may not suffer a loss. You cannot also transfer a risk. You are coming to share a risk. So in takaful, you are a participant who is coming to participate in the formation of that pool, which is to the benefit of all members. If you suffer a loss, we pay you. But at the end of the year, the pool is audited, accounted, and then surplus is declared, and that surplus is distributed after paying zakat to the needy. You may find yourself in a situation where you say losses being more than what you have in the pool. Then Brother Zubair has explained to us Gadr Hassan, where we take shareholders' capital, shareholders' fund, and give a loan, a benevolent loan to the participant's account to settle that liability. In 2-3 years' time, when that participant's account is able to repay the loan, it will repay the loan without any interest. I hope with Brother Zubair's very clear explanation, this gives takaful, gives you a clear understanding of takaful as the best way to do insurance, the fairest way to do insurance and to cover your liabilities. Assalamu alaikum.
Thank you very much, brother. So for such a wonderful explanation, here, due to the shortage of time, we want to go to our exact presentation, which is for micro takaful. Let me explain to you simply that these are the 4 un-Islamic elements in the insurance operations. And to rectify these 4 un-Islamic elements from the insurance operation, that is called takaful. How they eliminate these un-Islamic elements? Number 1, all the investments of the takaful company, it is necessary should be made in Islamic banking, in Sharia compliant mode. Number 2, gharar is eliminated because in the kaful, they have to utilize contract of non-sale instead of contract of sale. And in the gambling, how they remove the gambling? Because in the kaful, they have two separate funds. One for the company, which is called shareholder fund, SHF, and second is called PTF, which is for the participant takaful fund. And for the takaful, basically they have to share their risk among the participants in the participant takaful pool instead of transfer that risk to the takaful company. So this is the brief that this is the un-Islamic element in the insurance operation, and to eliminate such un-Islamic element from the operations of the insurance company, that is called the kaful. So let me explain you briefly that how the kaful companies works. Then I will move you for the micro takaful for our presentation. So here are the participants. Basically, that participants give their premium as a contribution in the common pool, and this pool is invested in Sharia compliant mode, basically in Islamic banking or Islamic investment, and whatever is the profit that come again into this pool, and from this pool 20 singles and endless possibilities for love, but only by working together do they find the wakala fee for the takaful company deducted, the claim is deducted, and the re-takaful cost is deducted. Whatever is the remaining, that is called surplus, and from that surplus some contingency reserve used to be taken for the future claims, if heavy claims, then some charity, and whatever is the remaining, that again distribute to the participant on the pro rata basis. May I request to our honorable participant, may they close, mute their mic, there is some noise. Mission accomplished. So please welcome our winners. Can you please mute your mic, please? Jazakallah, thank you. So this is the model for the kaful. I just gave you a brief explanation about the takaful, that how the takaful works. Let's go back to our topic about micro takaful, which is the topic of our today, that how micro takaful works for Islamic microfinance. And in the future, we have a one training on takaful, the online training on takaful for 2 days. If any participant want to learn takaful in details, they are invited to join us in that 2 days training on takaful, in which we will discuss all the product structure of takaful, banca takaful, micro takaful, as well as takaful pooling mechanism and some other aspects of the takaful. So now we have to move our topic of micro takaful. So for the micro takaful, whenever we talk about Islamic microfinance, and yesterday when we discussed the pyramid for the poverty, And at that time, we discussed that basically micro takaful is a very good shelter net products for the poor, for the poverty alleviation and the social development. So from that slide, let me connect you with the micro takaful, that what is the micro takaful and how micro takaful works. Uh, Although we do not have a global definition for the micro takaful, but we have a definition of micro insurance. What is the definition of micro insurance? That generally micro insurance is viewed just like other normal insurance on small scale for low income people. And we can redefine micro takaful as a mechanism to provide Sharia-based protection to the below-colored, underprivileged individual at an affordable cost. Whenever we talk about the micro takaful, one of the major thing is that it should be on affordable price. If your product is costly, then nobody can afford that product. So what is the uniqueness? That it should be an affordable price. I will give you some example that sometimes you have very cost-effective micro takaful product in the market, which is accessible or in the reachable for the poor as well. So, what is the benefit of micro takaful, by the way? Help people to sustain their financial well-being. Number one, create feeling togetherness and security. Yes, poor also need the security. And by the way, the takaful basically or insurance provide a very good feeling togetherness to the people. It provides a security. For example, I'm the traveler. I travel a lot. I have been traveled in about 72 countries in last 10 to 15 years. I have made more than 1,000 international flights. Even in last 2 months, I traveled Turkey, I was in Albania, then I was in Gambia with Brother Musa, then I was in Senegal, then Mali, then Ethiopia, then Dubai. So I traveled about 8-9 countries in 2 months, even at the time of Corona. Why? Because I feel security. I have a health insurance with me. I have a travel insurance with me. I know that if there is any issue with my health, even during the Corona, my takaful company from Dubai, they will facilitate me. I know if I miss my flight, if I will be stuck in any country, my travel insurance will facilitate me. It gives me a feeling to togetherness and the security to me. And similarly, the micro takaful product gives a very good confidence to the poor people. I used to be work for Islamic Microfinance, for World Bank, for United Nations, and many other multilateral organizations. In many, even I work in many difficult countries like Afghanistan, Yemen, Iraq, Palestine, Sudan, Nigeria, and many other countries. So what I observed, the people, I visited one family in Afghanistan, they have one insurance policy. That was the micro insurance policy, not for micro takaful. But when I went to that home and I asked to the old lady that I want to see your insurance policy, you will be surprised to know. He bring me in one room. In that room, they have a big suitcase. He opened that big suitcase. In the big suitcase, there are that clutch, and in the clutch they have one paper which is wrapped wrapped by the plastic cover. And she said, "Oh, this is my insurance policy." I was surprised that how costly or how valuable document this is for that old lady, that she kept that document in a plastic cover, and she said, "This is my," that if I will be, if I will be, then my insurance company will give me this benefit. I was very happy that that old lady have a, such a wonderful confidence, and by living the life. Yes, basically the micro insurance and micro the careful creates the feeling togetherness and security. It's open avenues for the joint efforts, and the benefit results in migration, the individual, and ensure that society benefit at large. So these are the micro, only 8 million out of the world's 2.5 million poor are currently covered by some from the micro insurance. Only 3% poor lives are insured in India and China, and but unfortunately, of the poor are insured in Africa. In 23 of the poorest 100 countries in the world, there is no country identified micro insurance activities. So what are the product range, by the way, and where they are available? Life and endowment products are available in India, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, Pakistan, Indonesia, East Africa, and many other countries. Health and critical illness is available in East Africa, Georgia, Russia, and etc. The crop and weather is again available in India, East Africa, North Africa, Mexico. Similarly, property, asset, livestock. Yes, livestock is also very necessary for the poor. And I'm the eyewitness that at the time of floods, when the poor people lost their livestock, they put the dead bodies of that livestock in their yard, in their houses, and they were weeping like this, as when we lost our any family member and we weep. So for the poor, the rural economy, the livestock is everything for them. And that needs to insure as well. Then funeral, that is another product for micro takaful, the funeral expenses, because sometimes poor are in a such poverty level that at the time of death, they do not have money to properly bury their family members. So that is another funeral products are available, integrated packages, rural insurance scheme, group personal accident, unemployment, flood. So these are the some products. Here are the some case studies of Bangladesh, India, and China, where they have different type of micro insurance product. I already shared that presentation with you, and my colleague also emailed to you. You have to study these statistics. And there is a one uh, insurance company in South Africa who only offer funeral insurance, because a lot of people from Central Africa and other African country, sometimes those people go to South Africa for earning purposes, for employment, and sometimes illegal refugees and etc. So when they dead over there, they do not, nobody have money to bury them. So it is necessary for every worker in South Africa, they have funeral insurance. These are the type of funeral insurance. fire, rainfall, agriculture, theft, floods, then disability, then life insurance, health insurance, and some other products. When we talk about the micro takaful or micro insurance products, some products are very simple to design, and some products are very complex to design. So products which are very much easier to design or utilize is the life insurance, personal accident, unemployment, and the product which are more complex to design is the crop and weather insurance, integrated insurance packages, health and disability insurance, and etc. So what is the horizon for the micro insurance? This is the rainfall. These products are very necessary, by the way. The healthcare, file damage, marriage burn, livestock, crop loss, credit life, endowment pension, fraud, storm damage, unemployment, term life, educational, personal accident, and funeral expenses. These are the some product range which is available in micro insurance spectrum or micro takaful product spectrum. Yes, basically the delivery channel determines the price of the product. If you have simplified delivery channel for the product, then the price of the insurance product will be very low. If you have a complex distribution or delivery channel, then the price of the product would be very high. So sometimes you have to distribute your product through microfinance institution, through ATMs, through insurance agent, through health workers, through the employees. But if you have a simplified distribution channel, then your price will be very low. If you have a high, then your price will be high as well. So the price of insurance or even for the microfinance products not depend on the distribution channel. Right now, the financial technology or insurance technology is ideal distribution channel. Therefore, the prices of the products are going down. Let me give you one example of the distribution channel or delivery channel, that what is the power of distribution channel. Let me give you one case study and you will help out me about this. There is a one insurance, the takaful company, they have a one product. This is product of a micro takaful. This is real-time product. And that product have these 5 features. Number 1, health insurance, that in one product, in one insurance, the takaful policy, they have 5 benefits. And 2 people are covered. Husband and wife are covered in one policy. I just want to show you that what is the power of distribution channel or delivery channel for microfinance or micro takaful. So in one product, a husband and wife is covered for 5 benefits. What are the 5 benefits? Number 1, the health insurance, that is up to $300 in 1 year. This coverage is for 1 year for 5 benefits. That if husband or wife have any medical issue, they can utilize the limit of $300 for medical insurance. Then maternity, up to $200. In the case of birth in their family, that the kaful company have to facilitate. Disability, permanent or partial, whatever that is covered in that insurance policy. Number 4, the credit insurance, that if they took the loan from the microfinance bank or microfinance institution, if that person is died, whatever is the outstanding loan for the microfinance institution, it will be paid by the kaful company. The microfinance bank will not go to at the door of that person return our loan. No, the kaful company pay to the microfinance institution in the case of death. And the 5th benefit is the funeral expenses, up to $200 in the case of death. So this is the 5 benefit in one policy for 1 year, covered 2 people, husband and wife. This is the micro takaful product, and my question is that what should be the price of this product with these 5 benefits? You are financial people, even insurance people are over here as well. What should be the price of this product? For 1 year, 2 people will cover for the 5 benefit: the health insurance, maternity expenses, disability, credit insurance, and funeral expenses. There are 5 benefits in one policy. 2 people are covered for 365 days. What do you think? What should be the price of this insurance product, micro takaful product? Then I will explain you that what is the power of distribution channel. So you have 2 minutes to think that, for example, if I'm the insurance company, I want to offer this policy to you for 1 year with 5 benefits. How much you want to pay to me? Unfortunately, I unable to sell out this butter, but I want to sell this micro takaful to you. You have to think, what should be price of that product? You have 2 minutes to calculate the risk, benefits, and etc., and give me the idea of the product in the dollar, that how much price should be in this for this product. 2 minutes, please. Yes, please calculate the price, that what should be the price of this product. $20. Brother Tawfiq, you mentioned the 20 in dollar, is it? Yes, other people, the people from West Africa, the Kafur. Brother Musa, $1.01 or $101? $1. Okay, good. In $1, can you print the card for your participants? I think so. To print the card like this, it will take $3, $2, and then transport to your client. I am asking the price for annual price. Next. Please be fast. Be fast because today is the weekend, and I know you all the people would have some plans. $12. $14, good. Please. Please. Every person have to share. Okay. Annual $12. Okay. 13, 14, $12. And you will surprised to know the price of this product for 1 year is less than, that is less than $2, less than $2, about $1.8 for 1 year. With the 5 benefit, husband and wife is covered for 1 year with the price of less than $2. How? It is due to the distribution channel. This distribution channel, the insurance company designed the product. This is the real-time product in Pakistan right now. The Atamji, the Kafur company, is offering an NGI. NGI is working in different countries as well, offering that product. They designed that product, sell that product to the microfinance institution. They designed the product. This is the model. Basically, the insurance company designed the product, sell out that product to the microfinance bank, and microfinance bank sell out that product to their Alta client. Due to the distribution channel, the price is only $2. We did one exercise that if any Takaful company or insurance company want to sell that product themselves, then what would be the price? Then price would be $140. $140. Let me explain you that how they sell the product. Basically, they sell the product in a such way that the Kaful company design the product and sell that product to the MFI or MFB. MFI mean microfinance institution and MFB microfinance bank. That by the way, the name of that microfinance bank is NRSP. That design that product and sell out to microfinance institution. The microfinance institution NRSP have basically about 1,000 branches in the country. About 1,000 branches in the branch 1, branch 2, branch 3, and so on. I'm sharing you that what is the distribution model to share that product. So the Takaful company, they designed the product and they sell out that product to the microfinance bank who have about 1,000 branches in the country. These are the branches, about 1,000. And then they have about, as I mentioned, 1 million client. They have 1 million client in the rural areas. The microfinance institution name is NRSP, National Rural Support Program. So for example, these are the clients. So then their branches sell out that product to the poor people. They sell out that product to the rural areas, to the grassroots people. So if we see what is the model, the Kafur company designed the product, sell out that product, NRSP have 1 million client. So they sell out 1 million policy in the one go. And they have the branches and they said that whatever is the client right now we have at NRSP, they are insured for these 5 benefits for 1 year and $2 is deducted from their account. So the Kafur company took a very good revenue from the microfinance bank by selling 1 million policy in a 1 hour. So if there is any claim, for example, this is the poor person, they have a claim. If there is the claim, what is the claim mechanism? This poor person will launch the claim to the branch of the microfinance institution. Microfinance branch of the microfinance institution send that claim to the Takaful company. The Takaful company evaluate the claim. They will send the claim to the microfinance head office of the microfinance bank. Microfinance bank send that claim to the branch, and branch will give that claim to that poor person. That is the claim management. So if the car food company want to sell 1 million policy themselves, then we did one exercise that it will take 3 years to sell 1 million policy. They need 1,000 branches, more than 1,000 branches to reach to the 1 million people in the rural areas. They need about 15,000 staff to reach 1 million people. They need about 1,000 hospital network for the claim management. Then the product price would be $140 for one individual, one client. But due to having very good distribution or delivery channel, the price is $2. So I just want to explain you that that delivery channel sometimes play a vital role. A vital role for setting the prices for the microfinance product, for the insurance product, and etc. And right now, basically, technology is facilitating each and everything. And by having the technology, no, the prices of insurance and microfinance products are going down, going down, going down. Let me explain you for the livestock insurance. When I was a child, I'm basically from Pakistan. I raised up in Pakistan. Then I moved to Dubai. In Pakistan, when I was a child in my village, when the insurance people came to my village to insure the livestock, they put, when they insure any cattle or buffalo, they put a permanent tag at the ear of the livestock, in the cattle or in the cow, etc. And when that cow is died, the farmer cut their ear and bring that ear in the insurance branch in the cities and ask them that my cow is died, give me the claim. So that was the procedure of the claim management. And I witnessed that in my village, I saw a lot of cow without ears. It means they cut their ears and take the false claims. When the claims were high, the price of the insurance product is high as well. But right now, whenever the insurance company, they have to insure the livestock, then they do not utilize that mechanism to put a permanent tag at the ear of the cow and insure that cow. No. They put one GSM SIM in the body of the cow or buffalo or cattle, or swallow that GSM SIM which stuck with their stomach. When there is claim, the insurance company check in the system either heart is beating or not. What is the geographical location of that cattle right now? When that cattle or the cow is moved last time, and they have to inspect physically over there as well by having the GSM technology, that what is the coordination of that animal right now or livestock right now. So it means the false claim has been finished and the prices of the insurance of the livestock is gone down. So InsurTech, there is a terminology, is the InsurTech. Similarly to our financial technology, there is a terminology of the InsurTech. By having the InsurTech, insurance technology, the micro takaful or micro insurance or the takaful products are very much efficient. And definitely that technology is playing a vital role. Anyhow, we were discussing about the delivery channel. These are the some delivery channels which are being utilized for channelizing or distribution of the insurance, micro insurance and micro takaful product. These are the potential area of action we need to design such product: birth of children, business failure, loss of job, education of children, prolonged illness, death, marriage, health. We need to design product for in these areas. So these are the different products which are available in Pakistani, Sudan, and different markets. I would like to share that the first takaful company was formed in Africa in 1979. In Sudan, the first takaful company established from there. And after that, this concept came to the Middle East in Bahrain and UAE, and then takaful industry started. So this is the bit detail of micro takaful product, and micro takaful products are very much efficient for Islamic microfinance. For the Islamic microfinance, we can integrate different type of micro takaful product for the risk management and as well as for the social development, for the poverty alleviation, etc. By the way, Islam, we cannot utilize zakat for Islamic microfinance. I was in Kenya, Tanzania, Zanzibar, Uganda, Somalia, and many other East African countries, even in West African countries. What I observe, some of the Islamic microfinance institutions, they take the zakat from the rich people and have to utilize for Islamic microfinance. No, zakat cannot be utilized for Islamic microfinance. Because what is the attribute of zakat? Once you give the zakat to the poor, you do not have the right to take back that zakat. So Islamic microfinance cannot be operated by zakat money, but micro takaful can be utilized for zakat. For example, you purchase the micro takaful product from the takaful company and give that micro takaful product to the poor people by the amount of zakat. So whatever is the benefit from that micro takaful, whatever is the risk and what is the benefit, it goes to the poor person. So micro takaful can be utilized. Zakat can be utilized for micro takaful, but zakat cannot be utilized for microfinance. Because when you give the zakat to the poor, you do not right to take back, but in the microfinance, you give the money and return back that money as well. So yes, for the poverty alleviation, we can utilize the micro takaful concept in many folds for poverty alleviation, for social development, for entrepreneurial development, for women empowerment, and etc. So what is required? When there is a will, there is a way. Definitely, when you have a will, you can do a lot of things. Thank you very much for your kind listening. And here is my email address, zubair.mughal@alhudacibe.com. If you need any literature, any further information, any explanation, you can contact me anytime. Let me share my WhatsApp number with you as well. So we are available in the future for you as well. If you need any literature, if you want to set up any Islamic microfinance, if you need any training, if you need any product structure or any suggestion, inshallah, we are always available for our participants. 93899. Here is my WhatsApp number and my cell number as well. So and you are also requested to also like our Facebook and LinkedIn pages, so that whatever information we have, we always upload different types of books, literatures, presentations in our social media pages for learning and awareness purposes. So our Facebook page is Alhuda Center, CENTRE, Center of Islamic Banking and Economics. You are requested to please like our Facebook and LinkedIn pages, Alhuda Center for Islamic Banking and Economics. And if you want to connect me through social media, my name is Muhammad Zubair Mughal. I'm available at LinkedIn and Facebook and Research Gateway and some other academic and other site with the name of Muhammad Zubair Mughal at LinkedIn and in Facebook. So whenever you need any further detailed information, we will be available. I am very thankful to all the participants to spend 2 days with us. And in 2019, we organized about 50 trainings and workshops and conferences in 41 countries. But in 2020, unfortunately, due to the pandemic, we was only in 11 countries. But for 2021, we are very much optimistic to work again in international market with physical trainings. We have our training programs in West Africa, Central Africa, Europe, Central Asia, America, Middle East, and Far East Asia. Our training calendar is available at our website, and I hope so you people will join in our physical trainings. And in March, 18 March, we have Global Takaful Forum in Addis Ababa, in Ethiopia, at Hyatt Regency Hotel. That is a physical forum. And you people are invited to join us in that forum as well in Addis Ababa. So again, I am thankful to all the participants and I am thankful to my colleague Kirat Khan, Shagufta, and other colleagues to help out us to organize such a wonderful training. Jazakallah, brother. And why not we have a one group photo? Can you on your cameras and we have a screenshot of our participants? Yes, please. Other people are requested to open the cameras. Thank you, Brother Musa. Thank you, Babas. Thank you, Brother Musa Jove. Yes, other people. Banu Khan. So Mambu and Tawfiq Ali, can you open your camera, please? So Tawfiq Ali, are you with me? Okay, so we have to take as a screenshot. Number one. Just give me 1 minute. Thank you very much. Thank you very much and have a wonderful weekend. And we are looking forward to meet you people again, inshallah ta'ala. Thank you. Assalamu alaikum.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Bye for now.
Bye. Okay.
Jazakallah khair.
Allah Hafiz. Take care.
Keep up the good works to the Islamic finance, Zubair. May God be with you all the way. We are so proud of you. Keep it up. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
All right.
Assalamu alaikum.
Assalamu alaikum to all the team.
Okay. Walaikum assalam. Thank you.
Wa alaikum
Assalamu.
salam. Shukran.